discussion, là, ne voyant pas les autres analyses.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Yannick. Je pense qu'effectivement, nous allons devoir nous occuper de ce panel tous les deux. Merci d'être passé quand même sur non seulement l'intérêt de la création du Fonds monétaire et ses avantages, mais également sur les attentes que l'on pourrait un peu avoir de ce plan, aussi bien en temps normal qu'en temps de crise, et beaucoup plus en temps de crise. Effectivement, moi je pense que les institutions financières de l'Union africaine, dans l'activité de profiter à l'ensemble du continent africain, constituent de manière générale un accélérateur du développement. Elle devrait être à l'origine de plus de transparence, d'une meilleure gouvernance et une efficacité plus grande des marchés financiers africains. Elle devrait également permettre de réaliser l'intégration financière des pays africains et la libération interne des politiques de change. Les avantages qui peuvent être particulièrement attendus de leur action sont très divers. L'augmentation du commerce et l'investissement, une dépendance réduite à l'égard des sources le développement des infrastructures, la promotion des économies financières, une meilleure gestion des crises, le renforcement des capacités et le partage des connaissances, l'augmentation de l'influence de l'Afrique sur la scène financière mondiale. En ce qui concerne plus spécialement la gestion des crises, le Fonds monétaire prévoit effectivement la création des mécanismes africains de stabilité financière qui pourra amortir des chocs consécutifs aux crises pouvant secouer le continent. Le Fonds monétaire africain devrait aussi permettre de mobiliser des ressources, ce qui constitue un double intérêt, si vous voulez, au regard de la baisse de l'aide au développement. Je ne sais pas si... C'est vraiment que les obstacles à la mise en place
que sur le plan économique, le département déjà des affaires économiques de l'Union africaine cite la multiplicité des monnaies nationales majoritairement caractérisées par leur instabilité et leur non-convertibilité. En outre, les disparités économiques entre États africains sont telles qu'elles pourraient être amenées à reconsidérer l'émission du fonds. Sur le plan, par contre, politique, le même département déplore l'insuffisance de l'engagement des dirigeants africains, ainsi que la perception insuffisante du rôle crucial des institutions financières de l'Union. La mise en place du FMA présente un coût que les États devront supporter. Des pénalités de retrait sont en outre prévues par les statuts du fonds. Est-ce que vous pourriez en dire davantage? C'est bon? C'est parfait. Donc, il y a peut-être aussi des éléments de réflexion sur la voie à suivre pour opérationnaliser le fonds dans les meilleurs délais. Je ne sais pas si vous voulez en dire un mot ou si vous voudriez que je continue. Vous voudriez? D'accord, allez-y. Monsieur.
Ok, merci. Merci Madame la modératrice. Je crois que vous avez déroulé globalement les enjeux du Fonds monétaire africain. Maintenant, vous me demandez la voie à suivre en vue de l'opérationnalisation du Fonds monétaire africain. Je voudrais déjà rappeler qu'au titre des contraintes, certaines délégations l'ont rappelé ici, je crois dans l'exposé qui regroupait les gouverneurs de banque centrale. L'une des contraintes était la nécessité de revoir si le capital actuel sied au contexte macroéconomique africain. revoir si si la révision, s'il n'y a pas une nécessité de passer en revue les statuts afin d'engager une campagne, afin d'engager le processus d'opérationnalisation, c'est-à-dire des opérations matérielles. Mais cela, avant, il y a un préalable. Les différentes délégations l'ont relevé ici quand à l'exposé global sur la mise en place des institutions financières, sur la nécessité de repenser globalement le système, de voir une cohérence entre ces institutions, notamment le Fonds monétaire africain et les autres institutions existantes. Maintenant, la voie à suivre globalement pour le Fonds monétaire africain, je l'ai rappelé, il est important que les pays hôtes des institutions financières dont le FMA s'y engage, et le Cameroun vient de montrer la voie en ratifiant. La prochaine étape qui est envisagée au niveau du Cameroun en tant que pays hôte consiste à mener une campagne diplomatique de concert avec l'Union africaine pour encourager les autres pays africains à ratifier les instruments juridiques du Fonds monétaire africain. Pour cela, un groupe de travail conjoint Cameroun-Union africaine a été créé et dans les prochains jours, la Commission de l'Union africaine sera saisie à cet effet de proposer la démarche à suivre. Ce qui est également à faire au niveau du Cameroun, c'est de rejoindre le travail abattu par le champion en charge des institutions financières de l'Union africaine pour pouvoir mener cette campagne. Maintenant, au niveau de la Commission de l'Union africaine, ce qui est proposé, c'est véritablement d'opérationnaliser les recommandations de la réunion consultative des experts tenue les 6 et 7 juin 2019, laquelle recommandait que la problématique des institutions financières soit inscrite à toutes les instances, à toutes les réunions, les grandes réunions de l'Union africaine. Je fais référence ici au sommet, au conseil exécutif, aux réunions du COREP, aux réunions du CTS et à toutes les autres réunions ministérielles afin de susciter l'engouement au niveau des pays, afin que ces derniers puissent ratifier les instruments juridiques du Fonds monétaire africain. Il est également question d'engager la société civile, le secteur privé et les universités dans la démarche pour que ces derniers puissent véritablement montrer l'intérêt au regard de la nécessité du Fonds monétaire africain, au regard des missions que vous venez de présenter, pour que cela suscite l'intérêt au niveau des pays afin qu'ils puissent ratifier les instruments juridiques du Fonds monétaire africain. La Commission devra également, par la même occasion, associer les comités économiques régionaux dans le processus pour que le plaidoyer soit fait à un niveau de proximité plus efficace afin de mettre en œuvre le principe de subsidiarité. Par la même occasion, il avait été recommandé, et je crois que nous pouvons également le recommander, d'associer le comité F15 dans le plaidoyer. Il s'agit là de 15 ministres des Finances en charge de la réforme de l'Union africaine qui devraient prêcher par l'exemple en montrant la voie à suivre aux autres. Il vous souviendra que dans les statuts du Fonds monétaire africain, comme les autres institutions financières, si vous parvenez à obtenir 15 ratifications, vous pouvez déjà lancer le processus d'opérationnalisation du fonds monétaire ou bien alors des autres instruments, des autres institutions financières. Et donc, il est important d'engager aussi le plaidoyer auprès de ces 15 ministres afin qu'ils puissent prêcher par l'exemple et tirer les autres États africains. Voilà globalement sans oublier le fait qu'au niveau du Cameroun, la démarche est également celle de tout mettre en œuvre pour rendre le site du Fonds monétaire africain opérationnel d'ici dans les prochains mois pour que cet instrument puisse véritablement prendre corps. Je voudrais déjà signaler que le Cameroun, depuis 2018, a signé l'accord de siège du Fonds monétaire africain, acceptant ainsi le principe d'abriter cette institution africaine. Donc voilà, globalement, Madame la modératrice, la voie proposée à suivre pour que les autres États puissent véritablement s'engager dans le processus. Je vous remercie.
Effectivement. Donc, nous pensons qu'il y a effectivement des éléments qui font ressortir la nécessité d'une sensibilisation meilleure concernant les avantages attendus de la création du Fonds monétaire africain et l'état d'avancement du processus devant y conduire. Ceux-ci sans pour autant quand même contribuer à l'ancrage de l'idée selon laquelle le fonds constituerait un palliatif aux canaux de financement par les bailleurs de fonds internationaux, à l'instar du Fonds monétaire international, lesquels assortissent généralement leurs aides, prêts et financements à titre de précaution de moult conditions et garanties pour veiller à ce qu'ils permettent effectivement une mise en œuvre des politiques publiques destinées à rétablir la stabilité économique et la croissance et aider les pays à prévenir les crises. De la même manière, le Fonds monétaire africain gagnerait à se doter aussi d'un cadre de gouvernance opérationnelle bien encadré pour en garantir la viabilité et la pérennité. Je pense que les chefs d'État et de gouvernement de l'Union africaine ont demandé à la Commission en février 2022 de mener une étude technique sur les institutions financières de l'Union africaine, une étude qui doit notamment porter sur le capital du Fonds monétaire africain et la structure de son actionnariat. Ils avaient aussi par ailleurs lancé un appel à divers organismes pour apporter à la Commission de l'Union africaine un soutien technique approprié, permettant une opérationnalisation rapide de ces institutions. Donc, les organismes concernés sont effectivement la Banque africaine d'import-export, la Banque africaine de développement, la Commission économique des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique. Une étude devant être menée dans ce contexte débutera en décembre 2023. Ces conclusions devront être examinées lors de la 7e session ordinaire du comité technique spécialisé sur les finances, les affaires monétaires, la planification économique et l'intégration qui se tiendra en 2024. Donc je vous remercie beaucoup. Je pense que maintenant on peut peut-être ouvrir les débats avec des questions de l'assistance. Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Merci beaucoup. It's not a real question, it's maybe a kind of advice, because the topics are very important, and I can see that the colleagues from the AUC has written a very good and spot-on questions, which is repeated under each panel, which are, what are the issues surrounding the operationalization of the AFIUs, and also what are the key lessons to be drawn from the experiences, and how can these challenges be overcome. And then the last one is also what strategies should the AUC and the host countries and other institutions devise to accelerate progress towards these AFIUs. So to bring brainstorming and to be more frankly speaking and to know what are the challenges and to provide some recommendations. So better to go straight to the challenges that have been faced, because you know the decisions have been made long time ago and we haven't made the real progress to achieve any or to at least let these FIUs operate. So better maybe we focus on the challenges, then we can bring some brainstorming. Thank you, sir.
Peut-être qu'on prendra d'autres questions. Monsieur, oui. Bien sûr.
Oui, merci. Depuis hier, j'ai entendu plusieurs résolutions qui ont été prises par l'Union africaine. Mais après avoir pris la résolution, je n'ai pas entendu la personne ou l'entité qui est en charge de mettre en place la décision et de concrétiser la décision. N'est-il pas temps pour nous de décider et de désigner, que ce soit une personne, que ce soit un pays, que ce soit un groupe de pays, de mettre en œuvre la décision? Car je note que la décision a été prise plusieurs années, il y a au moins une dizaine d'années. Mais rien n'est fait, c'est-à-dire que personne ne prend la peine de réfléchir comment mettre en place. Je pense que notre discussion n'est plus au stade de dire est-ce que c'est utile, quel est l'objectif, parce que tous ces objectifs et utilités a été déjà discuté par l'Union africaine avant de prendre la résolution. Maintenant, il s'agit de voir, comme il a été dit par mon collègue, quels sont les problèmes, quels sont les défis, qui va mettre en place et comment on va mettre en place. Donc c'est ça qui manque, je crois, dans la réflexion. Et si on arrive à déterminer ce genre de responsabilité, et il serait imputé à ce pays, à cette personne, de sensibiliser les pays concernés. Il faut qu'ils voyagent, visitent les pays et obtiennent leur commitment, leur engagement et leur signature afin qu'on puisse évoluer. Sinon, on va discuter aujourd'hui, on a discuté il y a 10 ans et on en discutera encore dans 5 ans. Il faudrait que l'Union africaine mette en place une structure, un système de leader dans chaque décision. Je n'en disconviens pas qu'il y a déjà le commissaire, le directeur financier qui est là, mais ils ne sont pas spécifiquement pour un seul thème. Ils sont là pour plusieurs thèmes. Et je pense que les pays concernés, par exemple, il y a eu déjà cette signature d'accord de siège au Cameroun. Mais après, qu'est-ce qu'on en fait de la signature? Et après, où on va installer la structure, mais ce n'est pas la structure qui est le problème. Ce sont les signatures des pays qui se sont engagés à le faire qui manquent. À ce moment-là, quand il y a la signature, on peut avancer comment on va faire pour le capital. Et après, on va mettre en place tous les côtés logistiques de la chose. Je crois que c'est dans ce sens, je ne sais pas si vous avez déjà réponse dans ce sens, mais je suis vraiment curieux de savoir qui est lead, qui va mettre en place, quel pays est chargé de concrétiser cette résolution. Parce que jusqu'ici, je n'ai pas entendu. Merci.
Je vous en prie, monsieur. On prendrait encore d'autres interventions. Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Allow me first to answer His Excellency the Governor about the issue that he just raised, which are well structured, and we do agree. But allow me just to clarify some of the points, Excellency. The process has started by the African Union Commission submitting proposal. It's part of the AU, our Constitutive Act. So the Constitutive Act, when it was established, the three institutions were there, so which mandated the African Union Commission to start its role and advocacy to establish those institutions. This is phase one. Phase two, it was a very long, thorough discussion with the member states at different levels. For your information, it's not only the finance that decides about this one, it was the finance, the central bank governor, and the legal and legal affairs and justice, STC. These are the ministers' level to come up with that, whatever you have as statute and legal document that are now today, that are on the table, and that we are looking now really to get the signature and ratification. And this is where the issue starts, signing and ratification. This lies really with the member state. We have been, if you go, Excellency, and you look to the AU Assembly, not Executive Council, AU Assembly decisions, you will always find a paragraph there where the members are we call upon the member state to sign and ratify the legal instrument related to the EU financial institution. It is being, there was at a certain time when, before I left and came back, even a dedicated session at the EU Assembly to discuss signing and ratification of all legal instruments. So this is something that really we have been pushing. It's not, we are, some of the country now they start to react, but it's a little bit very, very slow, very slow. So what we have discussed at our level with the commissioners, so for us is now we need really to push that signing and ratification to be done very quick, in a very quick manner, much more. And when it comes, we try to push, then this, another issue came from the members. They said this is a sovereign decision. Don't push. Don't push too much. You can come and talk to us, try to explain, but don't, this is our sovereign decision. And each country has its own procedure, Excellency. There are those that the president can decide. There are those that have to go through the assembly and the Senate, which take time, each of them. And again, there is even a mission that is now planned to go to some countries. Now, I can tell you, now I can even send you, Excellency, the not verbal, where we need to make more advocacy about the signing and ratification. And it's very important to explain that your heads of state has agreed, and why you are now making all, you are creating some obstacles, and why it's not really, this is the issue, Excellency. And I want to, again, to be very, to talk with some passion, and this is the reality. This is what we are facing today. Is we keep telling them, they take it, the heads of state decided, we are implementing. When it comes to go back to the same member state, this is where the tricky things start. They said, well, we have our procedure and this and that, and please, we take note, thank you, let us think about it and come back. Is it an issue maybe of the capital? And my own interpretation is the capital. Really, the capital is putting all of them in a very, really, they think they are better. It's like you have to decide. If, for example, you were, Excellency, now as sitting as the minister or governor or the minister of finance, would you go and increase the capital of AFDB, which is there, AAA, or would you go now to create a new institution? Maybe it will take more time. So you need really to be pragmatic decision. And this is sometimes where lies maybe the view or the vision of the country. The country said, well, this is interesting, but for me, the quick win is really to increase the capital, to go for to go for an increase of the capital of the African Development, or to go and replenish the African Development Fund. So this is an issue, Excellency. This is where do we have really that wealth or that reserves that we have? Wow, that we say they can decide to go and increase. And then at the same time set up, I doubt a little bit, Excellency, and you know the arbitration that's made at the level of the country. This is why I find it, we need to find a way, really, Excellency, to help those countries. For your information, yesterday I had a discussion with the consultant, and what we have just mentioned now, it will be put in that report under a certain action recommendation first. These are recommended. They are not. We are not talking about recommendation. As I mentioned, it's not a statutory meeting. It's a consultative meeting today. It's only just to brainstorm. According to this meeting, these are the recommendations. These are the steps, a roadmap that will be built on those. And of course, who should be leading that one? Is it the host country? Is it the host country with other countries that have shown interest? We need really to collaborate. And time frame, we need to come up with a time frame. The African Central Bank is 2040, so shall we now think from now until 2040? This is 2040. So we need really to make the roadmap. The AIB, I think we can speed up the process. The AMF, the African Monetary, we can do it very quickly. We are not really. So there are things, Excellency, that will be translated in that report, and time frame, and who should be leading, and another column, Excellency, is the legal position. We need a legal view about whatever we are doing as an action. Do we have the right as an African Union Commission to push that agenda? Is it a member state? Is it a Rex? Is it the host country? Is it, and then we welcome, of course, the idea to set up those technical working group at the steering committee at the level of the Cameroon. The next one will be, of course, at the AIB, I think, the African Investment Bank. This is what we welcome. We are aware about them. We are going, of course, to support, provide all kind of support. Excellency, from my side, I can tell you in front of all of, I am very, very committed. And my team is committed, Commission is committed. By the way, I'm very committed. This is why I take this issue with passion. What we'll be doing? We will go with the not verbal. We will make some. We have another information. Maybe we have the meeting. What we call the meeting of the friends of the AU champion. So the AU champion, we know, is on AUFIs is His Excellency the President of Ghana. We have, Excellency, periodic meeting with the ambassador at in Addis Ababa to talk with those ambassadors and to come up and try to brainstorm like we are doing now at our level, but at the level of the how can we push the agenda very quickly. So from our side, we will push, we will increase, we will boost. This is a commitment, and it's a firm commitment. Just one last comment, if you allow me, Madam Chair. When we talk about new innovative way to really support the Africa Monetary Fund, there is what we call the special drawing, the SDR. The SDR that was given that task to the AFDB, and the SDR is something that some of the countries that they have decided to put those SDR in favor or to benefit or to help some countries to benefit from those SDRs. The numbers that were announced is not the number that were really that the countries were able to mobilize. Again, this SDR doesn't mean it's for free. SDRs means another concessional law. We have to take it from, it's not for free. It's something that the countries have decided to put some fresh money really towards some countries, and it has some conditionality because the SDR, it's not given, for example, Canada, I heard the minister saying that it's not, my SDR will not give it to anyone. I will give it to very specific country according to, so it's something which is, my question, can we think about the mechanism using the SDR to pay some of the contribution of a certain contribution of some member states for the capital? Can we think about, can we propose that one to the IMF? Can we go and sit with the African Development Bank and the IMF, say, why don't you think, because you give me now a concessional law, I have to refund it back, of course. Why don't we take that one and change it in a contribution to set up our Africa, at least to start with the Africa Monetary Fund. This is just an idea that I'm throwing, and thank you if I was a little bit long. Thank you.
Merci à vous, cher monsieur. Bien sûr. Bien sûr. Allez-y.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have few comments in this brainstorming. The first one, I think one of the speakers touched on it, is the issue of the revision of the statutes. He said, I don't know, I haven't gone through them recently, but perhaps the AUC will respond to that. What is the possibility of reviewing these statutes? Because we seem to be making decisions on issues that were agreed upon a long time ago. I'm not sure if we are taking into account new developments, because all the time we are looking back into the history, and yet a lot has happened since some of these statutes were signed. The second issue is the issue of which is related to the first one, the criterion used for the selection of the host countries for these envisaged institutions. Is this being done based on the old agreements, or are we taking into account the distribution, given that the AU, I think I'm right, I know the AACB is divided into about 5 regions, I think, if I'm correct. So do we take that into account as well? Because perhaps that could be one of the reasons why some of the countries are reluctant to ratify some of these things, because it would appear that concentration is in one or two regions when these institutions are being established. The third one, in my view, are we not pursuing too many initiatives at the same time? Would it not be better if we were to concentrate and focus on one so that we can have a success story? I think we have limited resources, but we seem to be pushing too many initiatives all at the same time. And we don't have a single one that we can use as a success story, in my view. Thank you very much.
Donc là, on me rappelle qu'il ne reste pas plus qu'une quinzaine de minutes pour terminer cette session. On donnera quand même au monsieur là qui a... Enfin voilà, pour intervenir. Allez-y, monsieur.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the last bit of the submission from my colleague here touched on what I really want to bring to the fore, in that the objectives for the establishment of the fund are well articulated and quite acceptable. However, looking at the current economic environment and also the global situation going forward, where we are seeing a lot of geopolitical tensions and fragmentation, we have a lot of we have war, Ukraine-Russia, which is not abating, and now in the Middle East with Israel and Hamas, Israel being attacked by a number of other countries, which is threatening basically to spread and engulf the Middle East. These are likely to impact global trade, and the continent will be affected clearly. So our trade balances, current account balances, are going to be severely affected. This is compounded by the effects of climate change, which are wreaking havoc, not only here in Africa, but across the globe. These are going to affect our economic performances, which is already happening. And so ability to contribute to multiple institutions. We are also faced with another challenge with regard to our integration process, and that is of multiple memberships to different regional organizations. So you find member states quite stretched on their budgets in terms of the contributions that they are going to make to these institutions. Already some of the member states are failing to contribute, not only to the AU, but also to the regional bodies. Now, if we are going to front the establishment of so many institutions at the same time, that will constitute a huge challenge. If you look at the financial outlay for the African Monetary Fund, 22.4 billion, 22.6 billion. Where shall we get this money? And we are saying, let us be independent. Let us create these institutions ourselves and finance them ourselves, not to wait upon the donor community to come and finance us to establish these institutions, but let us be independent. And that independence starts with ourselves doing these things. So, can we not, for the moment, park the establishment of the African Monetary Fund. It doesn't even have a timeline here. There's no timeline that has been outlined. Can we not rely on the already existing structure, the Afrexim Bank, and use it as a stabilization fund? Because in essence, the purpose of this African Monetary Fund is to be a stabilization fund. Can we not use the Afrexim Bank? Because it deals with supporting trade and consequently supporting member states' current account balances. I submit, Chair.
Merci beaucoup. Nous avons encore une autre intervention de Yves Maurice.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. One major concern that the African Monetary Fund is expected to address is a facilitation of the integration of African economies by, among others, providing technical assistance on debt reduction strategies so as to meet the 60% debt to GDP ratio threshold set by the African Monetary Cooperation Program for developing countries. However, we consider that this is not the sole criterion. We need to also reinforce economic governance, which is a very important factor. Given that the responsibilities of the African Monetary Fund would be eventually transferred to an African central bank, which will be based on a common monetary policy and single African currency, we need to have details, indications of the modalities of operation through which this transfer would be carried out. And my last observation is for having the convergence and harmonization of macroeconomic criteria, especially for as regard the preconditions for economic and monetary union, we need to have an indications what are the preconditions that are required for achieving economic and monetary union. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. On a encore une dernière, je pense, intervention. Dernière.
Voilà, merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Je voudrais très rapidement revenir à un commentaire, à une préoccupation du moins, qui a été soulevée au cours de toutes les sessions. C'est notamment donc l'absence de volonté politique pour la signature et la ratification donc des institutions financières. Madame la modératrice, je pense bien qu'il serait nécessaire qu'il y ait un suivi au niveau national que continental. C'est-à-dire, il faudrait qu'il y ait une certaine collaboration accrue entre les États membres et la Commission en vue donc de mettre en œuvre les institutions financières. Au niveau national, je pense qu'il serait important également de sensibiliser davantage les autorités compétentes sur l'importance donc de l'opérationnalisation de ces institutions en donnant justement les arguments pertinents aux autorités compétentes. Aussi, la Commission devrait réfléchir du moins à organiser des missions de plaidoyer du moins au sein des États membres pour mieux échanger avec les autorités compétentes sur l'importance donc de l'opérationnalisation de ces institutions et étudier donc les raisons pour lesquelles les États membres sont réticents quant à la ratification. Concernant la mise en œuvre des décisions, je pense que la Commission a bien répondu. C'est vrai que la Commission a une responsabilité dans la mise en œuvre des décisions, mais s'il n'y a pas cette volonté politique, cette coopération des États membres, je pense que la Commission ne pourra pas faire grand-chose. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Merci à vous tous. Je pense que nous avons tous les mêmes... Vous voudriez encore intervenir, cher monsieur? Pour répondre à... Oui, bien sûr, allez-y.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And again, apologies to take the second time the floor. I will try to be very succinct. First of all, when it comes to the revision of the statutes, I think we have not, the only missing country is your country, Kingdom of Morocco, which is not part of the whole exercise. I'm quite sure that it will be very easy to bring your country within the new statute. This is one. The selection of the host country, no one can reopen that discussion now. It was decided at the heads of state, and I think the process, I was witness of the process, how it started. Countries came and they proposed, and I do not really recall a big challenge there when it comes to, as you may rightly said, the issue of concentration, but it was not brought at the level nor of the PRC nor at the STC. At that time, it was the Ministers' Conference, the Conference of Ministers of Finance, nor at the Executive Council, nor even at the EU Assembly. So it was decided, the country has proposed it, and then it was. What I can tell you, that there will be offices at the regional level. This one we will respect it. There will be 5 regions. For each of the institutions, even the African Monetary Fund, it will be, of course, located in Yaoundé, but definitely the other countries, the region, there will be offices. Like for the AIB, African Investment Bank, the same. There will be offices like the African Development Bank. I need just to bring to your kind attention, there was a proposal from our side in collaboration with the AFDB to come up with what we call an African Financial Stability Mechanism as a body to set up that body that will, with the time, take the role of the African Monetary Fund. We have debated, our colleagues are here, some of them are here, very thoroughly during our last SCC, and the decision was very clear that that proposal should go first through the internal procedure. We need to respect the internal procedure related to the FDB. That first it has to be discussed at their executive director board level. Once it's approved, then they might come back to us for the final blessing and endorsement. The issue again was really put there is the capital of that fund that we are with the stabilization. We're talking now about $100 billion US. And I see a lot of challenges. And one of the challenges, how can you think 40% of which represent non-African sitting at the board will accept something which is related to our internal affairs. It's something that is related to sovereignty. So I feel that maybe it will be very difficult to implement. Maybe we need to push with our respective governors, our respective executive directors at the level of AFDB first, not here, really first, because it's we have received the document. It's a thorough discussion. We interacted in the beginning with the AFDB, and then they have decided to go and to submit it, but we heard that there is an issue really to get the endorsement. So for me, really, that one, maybe we need to push, but how? Maybe through the respective capital sitting through their executive directors at the board of the African Development Bank. I'll stop here. Thank you very much again.
Merci beaucoup, et c'est comme ça que l'on essaie de conclure cette session, cher Patrick. Je considère que nous avons beaucoup plus là des commentaires critiques et des recommandations que des vraies questions. Nous avons, je pense, les mêmes frustrations quant à la lenteur accusée dans la signature et la ratification des membres. Sincèrement et franchement, je pense que les comités et groupes de travail se sont acquittés de leur mission dans les meilleures des conditions aussi, et continuent d'ailleurs. Comment accélérer les choses, comment concrétiser au plus vite, comment mettre en œuvre, comment engager de manière plus intéressante les parties prenantes. Tout n'est pas dans les instruments juridiques, je crains. La volonté, c'est vrai, l'emporte sur ces instruments. Avons-nous besoin uniquement de sensibilisation concernant les avantages attendus de la création du fonds, ou avons-nous besoin d'examiner un peu plus en profondeur les objectifs aujourd'hui assignés au fonds? Avons-nous besoin de réduire nos ambitions pour avoir une meilleure adhésion des parties prenantes? Avons-nous besoin de revenir sur le fonctionnement? Avons-nous besoin de revenir sur certains critères? Avons-nous besoin de donner plus d'assurance aux parties prenantes d'une manière ou d'une autre? Moi, j'avoue que j'ai pas forcément de réponse à tout ça, mais il faut dire qu'il faut continuer à y croire, tout simplement, et croire aussi en toute mesure et tout moyen qui pourrait mobiliser davantage les forces vives de notre continent pour aller de l'avant, et espérant de toutes les manières, tous ensemble, bonne chance aux divers comités techniques au groupe de travail et à notre continent. Merci. Merci Patrick.
Merci beaucoup à ce panel sur le Fonds monétaire africain. So we will proceed to the next session, and I would like to really thank you all for the very engaging and insights that you have brought into the table with regards to the establishment of the African Monetary Fund. Having said this, and considering, the excellence that were raised, at this point in time, and I would like to echo what my director just said rightly, we are not questioning the processes. We are just questioning, the ability that we have into driving as agenda forward. In that perspective, it is important for us to remain focused on the objectives. As we already said, these institutions are very key to accelerate Africa's transformation in the global context that is adverse, to our requirement for economic transformation and development. So we are really firmly committed, as the director said, to make sure that we push these institutions forward. There is an agenda, because those institutions are not to be operationalized the same day. There is an agenda with an operational phase and a sequencing that is allowing us to take advantage of the steps that were designed to make sure that they are operationalized. So the resources that are needed are certainly enormous if we look at it today, but in a long-term perspective, and given the sequencing in terms of implementation, we will certainly be able to address those challenges and make sure that we are able to operationalize them. So I just wanted to also echo that and let you know that it is a phased process that has been adopted by our leaders to make sure that we are able to move forward. Now we may consider moving to session 3, which was altered because one of the panelists was not in the room when we started. So allow me now to call on the stage the session 3 moderator, Dr. Jonathan Mpundu Chipili, Director Economics, to join us on the stage, and also call Mr. Rami. Mr. Rami on the
Rami
stage.
Said Qal.
Thank you. Also call Mr. Anwar Saadadin, if he's in the room, to the podium. Mr. Saadadin. Okay. This session, as the moderator will let us know, will be punctuated by a video. Maybe you were not aware there is a video that will be projected in before you hand the floor to Mr. Rami. So the video will be a 10-minute video, a 13-minute video, and with an intervention of nearly 10 minutes by the presenter. So over to you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the floor is yours. You can use the microphone that is on the table if you wish. Okay, stand then. Yes, you can.
Yeah, good morning everyone, once again. I'm saying once again because this is the third attempt we are making to have this session, and this one is going to succeed. Okay, thank you so much.
I understand we are given 1 hour just for us to catch up with the time that has been spent so far. So this session is about issues and the way forward with respect to the establishment of the operationalization of the African Investment Bank. So far, 22 countries have forward. It is very, very important for you, even as you come up with those institutions, to make that call. What we did for ALP is that we ensured that every block, and you can see there is Nairobi, there is Nigeria, there is Casablanca, and the 5 others, every economic block is represented, because for all these institutions at Pan-African level, the reason why we don't move forward is fear of unknown. What will happen? So we took the leadership. So someone has to take the leadership. And I also want to advise here that you must be very keen to use the regional blocks. Once it's aligned at that level, then I can tell you, you're going to make a lot of progress. So back to our PESA, our Pan-African Exchange. We have set it. It's working. We have seen flows. Nairobi, Ghana, Ghana, Nairobi, Nairobi, Lagos, Lagos, Casablanca. It is working very, very well. We want the Commission to come in and support us in terms of data collection, because everything is a factor of data collection. We want to be a data-driven exchange, so to speak, at Pan-African level. The second point is that from a Commission perspective, this was your vision in the first place. Capacity, I can bet you it is less than 5%. Even when you go to the national levels, among the participating exchanges, you ask about ALP. From our research, is that we are operating under 10% capacity. We need support in terms of ensuring that there is that awareness at national and at Pan-African level. We were very happy as exchanges, and we have already shared this with our principals, that there is an African investment bank that is being structured. We see that as a very good institution that is going to support us, because going forward as exchanges, we want to put products that can be able to help us in Africa to support our micro sector. So we look forward already, my good friend from Libya, we have work for you to structure an SME fund, and it will come through our exchange, the Pan-African Exchange. That is a critical institution, and we are very, very happy to see that it will come to fruition. We also want support because, as Lina has said here, we are looking for about $1 trillion as a market. That will be the size of that exchange. When we go to Market Africa, for example, I go as Kenya, I am not even 200 billion USD. So they will tell me, we have heard of Kenya, you run very well, but your market is too small. But when we combine our efforts and we go position Africa, the kind of foreign direct investment that is looking for frontier investments will be significant. So we are looking for support from the Commission so that we can structure an African index that can be tracked by foreign investors. You have heard of FTSE 30. We can have an African 30. You have heard of the Dow Jones. We can have ours in Africa. And that, I can tell you, it's one of the tools, and I know you see it from a central bank perspective, that is going to ease pressure on our currencies because of the foreign direct investment that will come in. We seek that support as we structure that kind of an index. Finally, we all operate under our national laws. For these Pan-African institutions to operate seamlessly, then there is a very clear case that we must sit down and have a vibrant legal committee at national level that is sitting at Pan-African level so that you harmonize whatever can be harmonized. If it cannot, then you link it through technology so that you can do business. it should not that one country cannot do business with another country because of capital account issues at this time and age of technology. I finally want to submit to the Commission that PAPs that you have put in here as a payment gateway, we see it as capital markets, again, as a very, very critical infrastructure to support what we are doing in the capital markets. We want to provide what we want to call as patient capital. That capital must move freely within Africa, and we see PAPs, again, as a critical layer for us to achieve this. And again, the way we foresee this, the moment PAPs works, I can bet you, even what you're trying to structure here as a Pan-African central bank, they will also have a tool that they can use to track their performance. So that is the journey we have walked. You're on the right track, and I can bet you Pan-African Stock Exchange is coming. For us, again, as I finish, is that we work with timelines. So I want to ask the Commission that even as we have submitted that we need this institution, please tell us by when we are ready to work within your timelines. Thank you very much.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Christophe Neveu from the Stock Exchange of Mauritius. So Lina and my colleague from Nairobi provided a brief on the AELP project. My focus today will be on the challenges we face and the way forward. So it will be in 3 items. Firstly, it relates to the awareness of market players and investors on the opportunities that the AELP project provides to them. Our engagement with buy-side participants showed us that investment research is a key aspect for investments across Africa. And unfortunately, as of now, investment research is very limited beyond the stocks which have high liquidity. So we have a number of initiatives that must be pursued to increase awareness to promote AELP. Firstly, the task really falls upon brokers. They need to reach out to their counterparts in the other participating exchanges to sensitize them on the good investment opportunities that are present in their countries. This type of campaign needs to be sustained over time and needs to be backed by regular, comprehensive, and updated investment reports on these investment opportunities. Secondly, listed companies already have, most of them, they already have investor relations departments. So these executives need to reach out to the brokers.
Recording in progress.
Engage with them regularly and convince them that the companies present attractive investment opportunities so that in turn these brokers can convince their clients. This initiative too needs to be sustained over time. The third part relates to listed companies. They already do analyst meetings, but most of them only do it locally in their own country. They don't invite people from across Africa. So one of the key aspects that needs to be implemented is to have these listed companies hold quarterly or semi-annual meetings with brokers from the other jurisdictions. And now in the post-COVID world, we've seen that virtual meetings have become the norm, so it doesn't entail high costs. So what we expect from listed companies is to explain their financial results, the prospects, the challenges, and how they are addressing the challenges, so that brokers can assess the performance and the prospects, and in turn promote these companies, the listed companies, in their own countries. And the brokers need also to be included in the investor relations activities and communications by listed companies. So basically, we need to ensure that there are relationships that are built across the continents between the different market players. So the second item, which has briefly been touched by my colleague from Nairobi when he mentioned PAPs, but I will focus on the lack of interconvertibility of African currencies, which is an important item which needs to be resolved, because right now, to convert an African currency to another, there are high transaction costs. I'll take an example. In Mauritius, if an investor wants to invest in Nigeria, he'll first have to take his Mauritian rupees, convert it to US dollars, then to Naira. So he occurs conversion cost not once, but twice. And only then can he acquire shares in Nigeria, even through ALP. Well, even through ALP, he needs to go through that process. And when he sells his shares, it's the same thing. So when you take into account the high conversion costs and the transaction costs, which are usually reasonable across the exchange, it makes cross-border trading unattractive and uncompetitive. So this interconvertibility issue needs to be addressed. At the SEM, we know that Afrexim, as you mentioned, is working on the PAPS initiative, which may be a solution to that interconvertibility problem. And we at the SEM, we believe that such projects are sine qua non conditions for the success of the AALP. And lastly, I will speak on our plans for capacity building. Like I mentioned before, it's fundamental that we build relationships. So I'm pleased to inform this assembly that the Stock Exchange of Mauritius is willing to organize a 2 or 3 day gathering in Mauritius where we aim at bringing all the key players, that is brokers, listed companies, asset managers, pension funds, to bring them under one roof so that the listed issuers can present their investment case to these brokers and investment managers. We believe that such an initiative can kickstart the sensitization campaign for future cross-border trading. However, the organization of such an event cannot be done by us alone. It requires the support of Pan-African organizations that are keen to push for the integration of African capital markets, and I believe the African Union is one of them. So our request to this organization is to support such an event by participating in it and also sponsoring financially such an event. To conclude, I will refer to the words of Dr. Mache, the Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, who yesterday highlighted that AELP was implemented at a fast pace compared to our other projects. But now, 1 year on from the launch of the AELP, we've seen that trading activities remain slow. Uptake has remained slow. So we shouldn't stop here. We should push for a faster progress towards higher use of the AELP. Well, most of you in the assembly here are not from securities exchanges, but from ministries and central banks. You may think that cross-border trading is not relevant. But the Deputy Governor also mentioned, for example, that South Africa borrowed at higher rates on the international market than Brazil, which had the same credit rating. So the relevance of AELP here is that AELP will enable capital raising within the African continent from countries which need funding from countries that have excess funding to countries that need the funding. This fund may be raised not only by private companies, but also by government institutions. So AELP is relevant not only to the private sector, but also to the public sector. And I believe that for it to work, we will need the support as well of government entities, because right now AELP has been driven mostly by stock exchanges, most of which were privately owned. And to take it forward, like Lina mentioned, we will need more countries to participate, but also to amend the restrictive regulations on, for instance, in some countries, you have restrictions on movement of capital, you have exchange controls. These are issues that need to be addressed, and cannot be addressed by the securities exchanges participating in AELP. It can be only addressed by regulators. And if we need to take that forward, we will need the support of all of you. On this note, I thank you for listening. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lina Lungu. I'm also another Lina. If you haven't been, welcome to Zambia. Welcome to Zambia. I come from the Lusaka Securities Exchange. It's interesting, my colleagues have done a splendid job at explaining the significance and the importance of the AELP. For me, as the exchange representing the Lusaka Securities Exchange, we haven't yet joined the AELP, but I'm pleased to say that our board has recently approved that we join this initiative. And I'm coming from, deserves a round of applause. Coming from an exchange where we had to think back and say, why is this significant? So I'll be giving the why is this important. My colleagues who are already in it have shown the opportunities and the challenges which they have faced, but why? Why is it so important that exchanges in the African context begin to integrate? In fact, the whole of Africa is taking an integrated approach. I'd like to believe that it's simply because of one thing. It may sound very soft in a very business environment, but it's the African story. It's who we are as Africans. So essentially what we have done is trying to bring each other together, to grow together. And that's how we've seen Africa for the longest of times. It hasn't worked out so well in the past where each one of us have been in our own silos. Now, coming with obviously development and needing to develop as a continent, we're seeing the need back again to leverage and to work together as Africans. So the role of a stock exchange has been the same over time, essentially providing a platform where institutions can raise capital and where investors then can come and buy the necessary or trade in particular instruments. So in terms of that, the stock exchanges play a role in terms of facilitating the flow of capital from one end to the other. Now, in the African context, it's quite unique because Africa has got similar challenges in each nation. I mean, you go to various forums and you find that each and every African country, you speak to one African country here and there's somebody else from another African country, and then you realize, oh, wow, we've got the same issues, we've got the same challenges. So that's one thing which makes Africa unique, in that we've got very similar challenges. So we are the youngest population in terms of continent. We are the fastest growing population. There is 29% of the young people are involved in small businesses. By young people, we're talking of between 18 and 34 years old. And we are significantly underdeveloped with regards to infrastructure in comparison to our other continents. Why this context? The context is there is because there's so much more opportunity in Africa to develop. Using an integrated approach allows us to do it much quicker and more efficiently. So if we look at the challenges and opportunities as mentioned in Africa, which are quite similar, exchanges play a crucial role then in making sure that this development happens. When we thought together as an institution, as the Lusaka Securities Exchange, as to why this will help, we are quite a small, by comparison, a small market. Our total market cap on our market as of yesterday was about 3.6 billion US dollars in terms of market cap. Now, in comparison to that $1 trillion figure, we're quite small. Imagine all those small bits together, and other African exchanges who have not yet joined this particular linkage will then meet the target that we want in terms of market capitalization. Our view to the foreign investor now becomes much more appealing, so to say, when we join efforts. I must say as well, despite us having similar challenges and opportunities as exchanges, it doesn't negate the fact that we will experience challenges in terms of integration. And I think my colleagues have ably highlighted the fact that that is a significant challenge. However, as everything, Africa is moving in an integrated approach. Therefore, there is much more benefit at the end of the day in us integrating and working together to ensure that we grow as an economy. One final thing I would say, just to summarize, is the fact that I'll give an example here of agriculture. Agriculture on our continent is a massive, massive sector, but has been significantly burdened, obviously, by climate change. And climate change has been the talk of the town. I think recently COP28 has been on. And how do we then, as Africans, mitigate? Should we be in our silos? I mean, each and every country will come up with their plans and how they are going to address it. However, taking a more integrated approach for Africa would be something that will reap significant benefits for us. Recently in our country, and soon to be on our exchange, there will be the first listing of a green bond. And we are so excited because it's something that we've been working on, like many projects, for years to bring that to market. Now, if Africans can get together using a pan-African exchange, how much more products, services can we push towards agriculture, towards climate change and climate change resilience? How many more products can we offer to the vast growing population that will impact even the small-scale farmer in a rural village somewhere in your country? My ideology here is not to pep talk you or to make you feel good, but that's the reality that is on the ground. So if we integrate as exchanges, and that's why we think, coming back now to the context, why we think as an exchange, why it was important for us to now join this initiative, because a more integrated approach is not just beneficial for ourselves as an exchange or for Zambia as a nation, but it then impacts our broader continent and we can thrive together. So in those small words, we just thought that we should have that context. Even though we're not yet part of it, we're excited to be part of this linkage project and finally getting to touch base with a lot more African countries as we collaborate on a number of issues. I'm sure we'll find the same challenges and opportunities as our colleagues have, but we are, I think, up to the task. As my colleague has said, I think Africa is ready to move. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lina, David, Christopher, and Emira, for the excellent presentations. You've shed significant light on, the issue. I think, as David said, you are on the right track. So I can see that the major issues are predominantly the challenges which you guys have outlined, and some go directly to the AU Commission, to address. So without much ado, I've seen directors, but I want to suggest, if that's okay, because there are some issues that go directly to the commission. So if we can pick the floor, then the director will, close this. I don't know if that's fine. Is it okay? Okay. So can I? Is okay. Okay. So who? Anybody from the? Okay. Okay. Go on. Yeah. Okay.
Chair, thank you very much. I think I'm so elated to hear of such progress and success in this area of the stock exchanges. I think whatever hurdles there are, this should be prioritized as a success story that we should take forward and showcase and make a point as well as a case for the other institutions that we are proposing to establish. It's bravo and very well done. I'm so elated and glad. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll be of the same views as my previous person to intervene, to congratulate the panel for bringing up at least at this the second day a success story, because for the previous ones it was like we are here for nothing, but at least we can see something that is working and on which we can now base other steps. I have pointed out also the among other challenges, the regulatory blockage, and they are aiming to harmonize regulatory frameworks. I know, for example, in East African community there is a EASRA, East African Regulatory Securities Regulatory Agencies. Maybe it's a kind of recommendation. I'm from the Regulatory Authority of Capital Markets to call upon other part of the other regions for Africa also to come up with associations of regulators to also address these regulatory issues that are being raised here. With those two efforts being done on the markets and also on the regulatory side, we can achieve a good success. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, Yara.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks to the presenters for that insight discussion. So I think like three things came out clearly in terms of impediments, that could further accelerate this initiative. Of course, we have all seen and be happy with the progress that has been made, and then so the wisdom in advancing that. But like the issue of currency convertibility came as an issue. Like investors might be affected in two fronts, in trying to invest, from one jurisdiction to the other across the exchanges. So, and then the issue of PAPs came in that might help to mitigate, that challenge, because we want this exchange to be deep and be well functioning. So I think, this year is to see how, of course, I know AU has encouraged countries to work with, with PAPs. And then ACB is one of those associations being taxed also to work with PAPs. So now coming now is relevant, in even promoting the deepening of the exchange. So that's become critical. I think AU took a right decision. So we need to further push that for the advancement of PAPs. I know they are still having certain challenges in the implementation on the cross-border payments. So at the moment, it's 11 countries that has signed the agreement. Of course, almost 83 commercial banks have also signed the agreement. There are some in the pipeline. So transactions have started taking place in terms of cross-border payments. But in terms of facilitating payments across the exchanges, so I think that area also need to be looked into from the African Union perspective to further give a push, because this has been stated by Mauritius Stock Exchange and of course by the Nairobi, being so elated about this project, but the issue of convertibility, having losses twice, may discourage so investment. I think that's very central, since we did not yet achieve the single currency. So when we have a platform like PAPS, which allows settlements in local currency, so, and a lot of other things they have put in place, I think that is very important. That has come out from the exchange side also, in addition to trade facilitation. So one other key thing that came out is about the capital accounts. So in terms of regulation, AU also need a role here to see how countries we can harmonize this. To promote this exchange, we need that liberalized capital accounts, because there is, if one exchange is under a particular regulation which prohibits some of those things, so it's difficult for cross-border to promote these things. So these are very vital information coming from the players themselves. So I think they need to be pushed further to make this, even a greater success. So we are happy with the progress that has been made so far, So we encourage the association to push on and the AU to support, and then we take this to the level that we all would like to see.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. So, okay. So, okay.
Thank you very much. I'd like to also congratulate the team. It's really good to see that we made progress. Two things. In terms of the phased approach, I would also suggest that we also share some of that insights with the other committees working on the other institutions, looking at a phased approach rather than trying to start all in one go. My main question is around investor protection and also ensuring maybe access to indexed funds rather than looking at individual companies. Is that something you're also considering, where investors in Nigeria, for instance, rather than picking specific entities in Kenya or Joburg, whether they can invest in the whole, in an index that references the entire exchange, and also in terms of ensuring that only top-tier companies are accessible in terms of cross-border investments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we can, because we are already, I think, due to time limitation, so we can move straight to director, so that. Sorry. Okay, that can go on.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks. Allow me at this junction just again to salute the achievement which was noticeable to all of us through this project, AELP. But allow me at the same time to make some comments, a general comment. Well, the first thing that came to my mind when I was really listening to the presenters is the feasibility study. That through that feasibility study, the project was initiated and the funding came from the AFDB. So the first question I would like to ask the panelists, where is the financial sustainability of such a project? Because the way I hear and the way they are coming back to our stakeholder, including the African Union Commission, it shows that really it will require again further technical and financial support from our side, and I would be more than happy to. We would be more than happy to support, but I need to have some financial. Really, we need to understand. So this is something very important for me, because when we talk about this project, it's a digital project. It's a digital network that we are bringing the central bank to network them. It's not really a financial nor a market, really financial market integration. It's only we are trying to bring those stock exchange regional really to network them. This is one. And while before even before even networking, the issue of that the issue of convertibility, the issue of the interoperability of the system, we need to discuss it. The risks, the regulatory framework, especially at the authority level, we need to discuss it. Which regulation is going to govern such a network? Take into account there is a different big disparities between all the stock exchanges in terms of national regulatory, especially when it comes to with the central bank, and of course when it comes to any flows, outflows or inflows to the country, and of course the issue of the currency is there. This is one of the issues, not only that issue. So for me, this is so we need really to come up with the way forward that looks to all how to address them. For example, I would like again to listen to some concrete proposal. For example, why don't we involve those regional clearing house that are already set up at the level of some of the RECs to link with them, rather than try really to bring that at each member of each member state. So this is again, it's some difficulty. It will be very difficult, and then it will be very challenging really to overcome them in a very short or even medium term. And when you listen that the African Central Bank is going to be officially launched or set up by 2040, that gives you a good tenor about the issue that will be facing about harmonizing, coming with one single currency. So for me, we need to be very objective, very realistic, and I want really to have some good forward-looking recommendation, but to try to avoid those regulatory issues, those converted, and then trying to say, well, trying to through those issues on the member states or on the African Union question, that you are not resolving the matter. For me, we need to now to understand. You make your points. From my point of view, those issues should have been taken into account, and you should have addressed it through that feasibility study. And of course, the business plan and the financial sustainability of the project should be put. Because otherwise, this is a project, it will close and then go and try again to extend it or to have a phase 2 and phase 3. We are not objecting about the phases, but for me, going forward,
something I don't even understand.
Together
Is
with
the fact that you said you spent $1,000. Like how?
Something that I have noticed is your current
that you said you've already spent
website
1K.
is not really functioning. This is something I was trying really to go through the ALP. It's not functioning. Something that I would like maybe to see going forward is the association of the stock exchange securities. We need maybe to be more involved as an AU, not you invite us.
The things you bought, the gifts you bought
We need to have somehow the same maybe approach with the African Association of Central Bank. We need to be part of something, but you cannot go and do something and then you came to report and you start to put or send your, I don't know, you start to blame. We need to be part. African AACB, this is a very good, excellent, really coordination mechanism that was set up. And we are very proud to talk about it. We are part of their meetings at the secretariat, at the official and at the governor levels. And this is what makes AACB really working. And this is, again, I go back to say we need to be involved from the beginning, but not to call for a meeting, that we go and attend the meeting. For me, you are not really. And then, really, if you are looking really going forward, these issues needs to be addressed. And one of them, I think the entry point could be really revamping this, the association of the stock exchange securities, revamp them in the manner that AUC with other maybe stakeholders could be part from some of your meeting. When you talk about the capitalization, I'm very proud. This is a very good news, but still we are looking really for a good success story. The success story for me is when we will issue bonds, local, that we do not have to go to any other Euro market or whatever. We need to do it here in Africa. And this is what we should be aiming, all of us. Really, that one country will issue that the bonds in Africa, and we may come and subscribe as collectively through all the member states. I'll stop here. And maybe benchmarking. I was thinking again about benchmarking exercise. This maybe I can have it bilaterally. But again, I'm just trying to be very clear, and I'm not neglecting the excellent work that was achieved in a very short manner. This is very important. I'm not really neglecting. But what is the way forward? This is where we need really, because the serious thing starts now. Networking. It's fine, you can, but what would be now the next steps really to overcome all those, especially the regulatory issue? Authority, this is something you'll be discussing with all the central banks. How can you make any payment? And you mentioned yourself, it will be in a hard currency, converted in a national currency. That again, some losses. So how can we overcome that one? Should we sit with PAPs and see? Should we sit with regional clearing houses and see? Even those regional clearing houses are not really functioning. These are functioning with hard currency. It means if I take the one of COMESA, it's not working it's not a national currency that are exchanged. It's accounts in the USD and Euro and other convertible that the countries are trying to pay their trading flows contract through their national, of course, domestic, but as an intermediary currency is the hard currency. Those we know, the hard currency, those. So for me, we need to sit and make and try to move forward together. But coming here and making such a statement and making that we are looking for finance, I will be more than happy to support you. Again, we have never even seen any request from your side, by the way. And this is why I was asking even my colleagues, have we been invited? They said yes. Oh, that's good, I said. But for myself, I have never seen anything coming from your side. If you came, you talk to me, we sit and we see how to really address collectively those issues. And sorry if I talk again with some passion, but it was very important for me to clarify all those points. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director. Okay, we can just, that last, right? Okay, maybe.
It's a very short one. In SADC, we are presently creating that link for all the stock exchanges. So very soon they will all be linked and will be able to trade with one another. Secondly, we are overcoming the issue that has been raised, and it's quite pertinent, of the convertibility. We have the regional RTGS, real-time gross settlement system, on which the settlements, 60% are in the South African rand, 10% in US dollars, and 30% is the other local currencies. And we are trying to move to completely eliminate the US dollar so that it will be settling in local currencies only. And so we would love to urge for the PAP to expedite this process of eliminating convertibility into the US dollar and then into other currencies so that we only settle in the local currencies. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so I think since the Director has raised some pertinent issues, it would be fair to at least just one of them to volunteer to also touch on some of the, because these are critical issues raised by Director. So one of you can, address it.
Thank you very much indeed. Director, we like your passion as capital markets. We appreciate that feedback, because for us, anything that will make us improve what we have already set up is very, very welcome. One of the things you have raised is around sustainability. It is a critical aspect of this project, because to your point, which we agree with, the project, if it's not sustainable, we are going to have this phase, and then it will have a hard cutoff. We are very much alive to that fact. And that's why when we made a decision to commence the project, we knew that in the fullness of time, the project will be self-financing. How? Because we expect that there will be quite a number of listings that are coming up. We expect that we'll be channeling quite significant data that all come to support our revenue proposition. We are also very keen to ensure every country in Africa joins the ALP. That means something. So we have, even from that feasibility study, it is very clear when this project will stand on its own. What we were calling for is these baby steps before we grow our teeth. It's a small support that we are looking for. That is not permanent. I want to promise you that we have a very, very well sustainable approach. The issues of currency, and it's important that the central bankers are in here. I know from the region I come from, we have the East African payment systems. We work very closely with our central banks, because to what SADC has done, that should be the approach. Exchanges join their regional blocks, and then we connect at that Pan-African level. And that's a conversation that has to be driven by our very good partners from the central banks. For us as capital markets, sometimes when the wheel moves a bit slow, we are in business, we will do business directly through commercial banks, because it is expensive, but it's the only option we have. That's why from where we sit, when we heard that PAPS has come, we are happy to be collaborators through the PAPS, because again, as I have said, We want to offer this patient capital, and as the team has said in here, time is not on our side. One of the challenges that we must put behind us as Africa is to appreciate the factor of time. It is okay to do the right thing. It is better, Director, to do it at the right time. So we hear you, and we are collaborating with the central banks. But in the meantime, what has been put forward through PAPs, I think, is going to address our short-term pain as we get to the permanent level. My colleagues are going to speak about the regulation, which is also a very, very important aspect of us. As I said earlier, if we could not even agree at regional level how to do business because our regulations are not harmonized. But again, we said we must look at ourselves at an integrated model so that we can start. And the moment we see the benefits of us building this cake, then it will be easier. It will be a very difficult conversation. And we have had these conversations, Director and members, until the meetings ended midway, because we have not appreciated the bigger picture. It's always difficult, but it's in our roadmap. And I'm happy with your proposition. I am sure Azea has signed some sort of formalization MOU with yourselves. I agree with you, we should not just be inviting the Commission for meetings. We have no intention to do that as exchanges. We qualify the Commission as a very, very important partner, because ultimately what we are doing at exchange level, and that's why we have come on the table, we think the Commission should be now at that level so that all of us are working under that umbrella. Probably my colleagues can chip. There's a question, sorry, that has been asked here about the indexing. What we have put forward is that when you're in Nigeria, for example, you have all the 63 scripts in Nairobi and across the market, because we want the whole of African listed securities to be available in every market as a bullet. So you choose where you want to invest. Your stockbrokers will be able to give you that in your home market. It is gonna come to your phone. So that has been sorted out. So we are looking at Africa as an asset class. It doesn't matter where the security is listed. And that is what the AFP has packaged. Probably my colleagues can chip in as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the feedback. We appreciate all the congratulatory notes and also just the challenges. We definitely do need those challenges to fine-tune our processes. And so I just want to touch on the regulatory process that you mentioned, Mr. Director. You know, we're not looking for a complete overhaul of regulations. The association, as I'd mentioned earlier, you know, it is a networking forum. And so the association has worked with all the different markets to try and, you know, create a common thread in all the regulations. So the only place that we would then need, you know, maybe some assistance is regulations that have been imposed from government levels onto you know, the exchange regulations. So when we talk about that, we have looked at all the common regulations. We have highlighted all the commonalities and then all the differences. So then when we get to the point where there are differences, it's really just to work towards removing blockages towards cross-border trading. And so when we, you know, ask for help, obviously then in terms of governments, that's now the kind of help that we need from the Commission. But then we have done background work, and also just coming back to the phased approach. You know, as David said, there has been the harmonization of infrastructure. We have looked at all this, but then now to take us to that next level, we are already, you know, it was a proof of concept in the very beginning. Phase 1 was proof of concept, and now we are learning all the, you know, challenges that face cross-border trading. And that's why now we want, you know, through different partnerships, you know, with even just PAPs, you know, it remains a challenge. It remains a challenge across the continent. But then now partnerships that can take our efforts further than where we have reached is what we are seeking. And so in terms of regulations, it's only to tackle the ones that are currently hindering the process. And so, as I'd mentioned before earlier, also about the regulatory framework, right now, the local broker is the one who's responsible for compliance within their local market. So we do not expect that a foreign broker in another country will understand the regulations in full of the different markets. But then again, there is that common thread where investors then are protected. And also I had mentioned that ASER is coming up with a resolution, a conflict resolution process, and through the regulatory framework, we will also input rules that will protect the investors. So there has been work that has gone into it, obviously through again, dedicated members of the stock exchanges, but then we are taking it further because we do understand that this will affect the whole of Africa, and especially now that we have the mandate for the Pan-African Stock Exchange, then there are other legislations and many other rules that we have to comply to comply with, and that is why, as you mandate us to create the Pan-African Stock Exchange, then we also seek your help in helping us to be compliant with all the different rules in the different countries, and also just to take this again further.
Yeah, thank you very much. Director want to add something. So maybe that's.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Just a quick comment before. Thanks for those clarification. Something maybe that you are not aware. We have worked on what we call in 2014, 2015, a Pan-African Investment Code. It took us, when I was at that position, almost a year and a half of this consultation among all the RECs, and then we brought them with the member states a validation workshop, and then of course we have submitted this one to our ministers, and it was adopted. What we need maybe to do in parallel, because something that I do understand, the networking, but these issues are very, very profound, and these are the main impediment, really, if you are talking about the market, the regional market integration. We need really to tackle through a study and come up with a Pan-African, maybe regulatory or regulation or of the stock exchange, the Pan-African one, really. How I see, maybe those stock exchange now at the level of the country remains there, of course. Maybe we need to create another layer where this harmonized regulatory relate to the authority that will regulate will be put in place. It means if the companies, listed companies, are interested to remain within the local, not to go to outside, they remain. But the second one they could go and jump to the second layer, and then it will be really something very specific. So for me, dispute resolution is something very important. This is, by the way, this is one of the items that took us a long time to come up with a good article related to that one when we worked on the Pan-African Investment Code. So again, dispute resolution is something that we need to think about it, how to enforce it, especially through which court. Is it regional? Which arbitration? Sorry, not court. Which arbitration? Is it regional? Is it a continental? Should we think about having one at the continent? These are the main maybe issues, or recommendation, or ideas that we need really to work together. While you are working on your project, we will support you. Of course, we'll continue to support. This is a commitment from our side. But for me, let us try from now think about the technical, legal, regulatory issues from now, and we need a study about it. I need really to see a study that goes and make that mapping and tell us, you mentioned the commonality there, and how can we overcome through one main body that will be set up. And of course, whatever we are going to say, it has to go through our Association of Central Bank Governors. Whatever, it's not something that related only to those stock exchange, the security, it has to go to the other. So we need to see how the cooperation between the association of the African Association for Stock Exchange and the African Association for the Central Bank. They sit together to go and discuss the implementation maybe of some of the recommendations. But I would really, again, while I'm really congratulating you and commending you, that we need to sit and see what are those impediments discuss it and come up with some good reports that we will submit it. We'll try really to bring consensus, and of course by doing this we are helping PAPS, we are helping other initiatives, not only your initiatives, even PAPS will help them. So this is my humble suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I think we can bring this session to a close. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, participants. Thank you, African Union Commission. I think your recommendations will be taken on board going forward, because we've started. What is left is how to deal with the challenges going forward. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. No, just 1 minute for the closing picture. And I would really like to take this opportunity to thank you once again for such an engaging panel. And I think we have all taken note of the extremely important progress that you've made. And we are really appreciative, as the director said, with regards to that. And we are committed to also fully supporting this process forward. With this, Excellencies, honorable ladies and gentlemen, I think we can proceed to our lunch, which is already available, and then we will reconvene in 1 hour. When we say 1 hour, we will come back at, let's say 2:30 to flexibility on how we move forward. So thank you once again, and bon appétit, as we say in French. Enjoy your lunch. Dear participants, there are some logistical issues relating to the sponsored participants. If you have a little space of time, you can meet our colleagues just at the entrance to fill the forms to make sure that all the processes are duly followed. Thank you. our other session, which is session 7, which will speak specifically about how to move forward together, aligning our views on the statute of the African Monetary Fund. It is also an important session, but I think we've already had the opportunity to take stock of the developments with regards to the adoption of the revised draft statute of the African Monetary Institute, and this session will only allow us to further look at the opportunities to move forward together. In this perspective, allow me to call on the stage Dr. Mishek Mutize, who is from the African Peer Review Mechanism, the APRM. Dear Mishek. I'm also calling on the stage Dr. Jawara of the Central Bank of the Gambia. And then we are also inviting Mr. Abdel Basset of the Bank of Algeria, Mr. Abdel Basset. He's not here. Okay. Excellent. So this session is supposed to be in continuation of the other session, as we highlighted already, and it is also fully aligned with the processes that we have started some few years back with regards to the establishment of the African Monetary Institute. As it has been indicated, the African Monetary Institute is the precursor towards the African Central Bank, and therefore a critical step in terms of our drive towards the African Monetary Union as encapsulated in the Abuja Treaty. In this perspective, when we look at the recent developments that we have all witnessed, we see that there have been some progress in terms of how we could align ourselves to make sure that we are able to fully implement the AU decisions in 2021 that was calling for the creation or the establishment of the African Central Bank in 2022. But unfortunately, due to some little constraints, we were not able to move and drive that process forward. Therefore, this session will allow us to go into the details of how the processes were conducted, and also look at the opportunities that we can maximize to make sure that we are able to move forward. The processes, as you can read in the notes that were presented, have led to many feedbacks, because we have had an inclusive process that allowed the African Association of Central Bank and the African Union Commission to play their role in terms of sharpening or refining the draft statute that we presented during the 6th session of the Specialized Technical Committee on Finance, Monetary Affairs, Economic Planning and Integration. During that session of the STC, member states requested the Commission to submit the document for consideration and endorsement by the Association of African Central Bank, and this happened in August 2023 in Livingstone, in the same country of Zambia. After that endorsement, I may say, of the statute, the process was providing for the organization of a dedicated 4th extraordinary session of the Specialized Technical Committee to also consider and endorse the draft statute. But unfortunately, we had some, not issues, but member states requested the Commission to take an additional time to further refine the draft statutes and to submit them 2 weeks after in another session of the same fourth STC. But unfortunately, due to extremely difficult time constraints, but also limited financial resources to organize that edition, we were not able to meet that objective. The purpose of this session, which is not a regular session, is just to brainstorm with the support of our member states to make sure that we are able to look at the parameters that have led to the non-endorsement of the revised draft statute at that level. Before going further, allow me to introduce our panelists today. We have Dr. Jawara, who is from the Central Bank of the Gambia. He has been chairing the expert bureau meetings of the Association of the African Central Banks when we were discussing this draft statute. He will share the perspective relating to that process. But also, more importantly, governors during their 45th General Assembly have also called upon the Commission to expedite the process of activation of the secretariat that will oversee the peer review mechanism for the macroeconomic convergence criteria. And I do know that we have insisted on the relevance of the macroeconomic convergence criteria in bringing our countries in a coherent macroeconomic movement towards the African Central Bank. My Jawara, I would like to, maybe you can sit and take the microphone there, if you may wish to do so. Yes, and kindly give an update of the process and an account that will allow us to understand where we have been and where we are today. No, it's fine. Okay, let me use that. Now it's fine.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Olumo, for another opportunity to discuss these, I'll call them burning issues. So just like it was highlighted in the document shared and in his introductory remarks, so I think we needed to move forward. I keep referencing Professor Fadel's comments yesterday. So we need some bold steps, to achieve some of the desires we have set out for ourselves. If you look at these three institutions that were highlighted, that is the African Monetary Fund, African Central Bank, African Investment Bank. As far as the African Central Bank is concerned, the precursor, which is the AMI, if we are unable to establish AMI, how do we get to Africa Central Bank? So, and then foundations were laid, as to how to go, to cascade to the Africa Central Bank. That's the AMI we saw from the protocols, and then the establishment, place of location, all those things were identified. So it took so long, how many years, if you look through the process,
that we are unable to establish the AMI. And the work of the AMI actually currently partly being done by African Association of African Central Bank. But what are they doing? They are basically collecting reports from the countries and presenting that. No technical work goes into it, no surveillance, no monitoring, to actually guide the process of the establishment of the African Central Bank. So when in 2022, we looked at the status and the structure. So these two were being discussed in tandem. So but we came to a conclusion, perhaps we need to make a progress to have this institute by law to be established, then we work on other elements. And of course there was this agreement, let's work on the status that will establish the institute. Then we work on the structures and other elements to make it functional. So in March of 2023, at the bureau meeting in Dakar, of course AUC were unable to be present in person, but now they connected online to give us some perspective. But the governors, they saw the urgency of this. Shortly after that meeting, they wrote to, of course, AUC wrote to the Association of African Central Bank to meet the Secretariat in order to discuss on these two burning issues. That's the activation of peer review mechanism and then how to move forward with the status of AMI. But the governors requested no. To meet the Secretariat may not actually do the work we will need because they are not technical staff. So we will need the Bureau technical arm of the ASCB to meet with the ACU, to discuss this so that we expedite this process. Of course, ACU graciously, of course, accepted that, and they hosted that meeting in April. So we came to Addis, we went to Addis to discuss this. We went with the lawyers and the, of course, central bankers, to look at this together so that we will have one-stop shop. So we met there for 3 days, going through this document line by line until it was concluded. So we were very much satisfied with it, and this document was presented to the governors. So when this document was, of course, with AUC, which they took to the STC, and STC, send it back to have governors' endorsement. So when they look at it in July in Nairobi, so there was no comment. The only comment is they want the document to be endorsed by the Secretariat, the Association of African Central Banks, before it moved further. Even though, of course, we work on it. So then it came back to Association of African Central Bank in July, August. The Assembly of Governors meeting that was held in Zambia here in Livingston. It was heatedly debated, and the governors unanimously endorsed. After going through the report was presented, document was shared to the technical team, to the governors. So after a long debate, unanimously endorsed, the document. That is the status that will establish AMI. So, and then there, I think ACU was even represented at a very high level. I think the commissioner was there, with some high-level staff. And the governors made this appeal to ACU to accelerate this process, the peer review activation of peer review mechanism. Why the activation of peer review mechanism? Because from the various reports over the years, we see that in the heat map, countries may be performing in 2-3 years in a row, and the third year or fourth year they drop in terms of assessment of the performance criteria, and subsequently go up again. So there are few that were a bit more consistent. So we said that this peer review mechanism may help. So looking at those who have been consistent, at least to some extent, to learn from them and bring this to the other countries so that we pull together to make this a success. So this was urged for AUC to activate this peer review mechanism, and this was emphasized in Livingston, and that of the AMI, with their unanimous agreement on the status, what is contained in the status, is to go to the next level, and this was what the STC requested in Nairobi prior to the assembly meeting, that they want the document. The document is here, is clean, as presented by AUC to the STC. Their only comment was, no, we want to see the endorsement by all the central banks, governors. And this was achieved in Livingston, of course, with a lot of discussions, So only to learn that, and the expectation is of the governors, by this year's assembly meeting, we will have to talk about other things, as far as the AMI is concerned. So perhaps maybe the staffing and other activities. So this was what we are anticipating, so that we move to the next level. But we learned that after Livingston meeting, the AUC took this to the STC extraordinary meeting, only to be mentioned that they needed few more time to scrutinize. So, which definitely, the 2 weeks that was mentioned, possible for that to be done. So, the best case scenario, I think, to the next assembly meeting, we might not go there with any new information as far as the AMI is concerned. And I believe will be very disappointed. Will be disappointed, to see that this status has not reached the level it's supposed to be, contrary to the expectation. So I think since I don't think this status require, ratification or signature and ratification, I think we should find a way to make this, for ACU to advance this, not to wait for maybe next year STC meeting, maybe around July again, 2024. When the governors now again, work on other aspects as far as AMI is concerned. Believe at least recommend something, that AUC need to take as the next step, to get this status expectation that the governors are looking forward to. So because I was meant to understand perhaps this document of the African Investment Bank, African Monetary Union, African Monetary Fund, it may not require ratification. So my suggestion would be to make an announcement on this. I don't know how it will go through the organs, because it doesn't reach the legal part of because from the STC, then the legal would have to look at it and it become a signed protocol. We have gone through as far as the status is concerned. We know it's not adequate or sufficient condition for AMI to take off, but it's a necessary condition. Once we are unable to pass that hurdle, so please, then the setting of the AMI, we may look next 1 year or 2 year time. And this is the precursor for the Central Bank of Africa. So, Dr. Omulo, I will pause here as far as the issue of the AMI and the status is concerned. So we will like to hear from the audience and then interact so that we come with something concrete, not to further, put this into another cycle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear, for that elaborate presentation on the processes that we've been going through. What is important to highlight is that we have been, working with on this with the Association of the African Central Bank, as was highlighted, and we also looked at one issue that was also critical in terms of operationalization of the processes with regards to the macroeconomic convergence criteria, because they have asked for the establishment of a secretariat that will peer review the process of macroeconomic convergence criteria within the continent. And in this regard, we also had a meeting with the Association of the African Central Bank and the African Peer Review Mechanism in South Africa. The meeting was held from 16th to 17th of October this year. And during that meeting, we thought about activating the secretariat that will oversee that peer review mechanism, but also there, I think there were some little frictions. So your perspective about the role of APRM in this process, because you are already undertaking some peer review exercise within the continent and you have the mandate for that. So maybe you can share the perspective of the African peer review mechanism in that important process. Majia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olomo, for inviting the APRM to this important discussion. And my colleague, Mr. Jawara, for outlining that background. So indeed, I don't think there is any question on the need for activating the AMI to be, to bridge the gap between now and towards the establishment of the Africa Central Bank. So indeed, this discussion with the role of the APRM into the process of supporting the implementation of the macroeconomic convergence criteria has been brought to our attention by the AUC, and I think it fits into the frame of the work of the African peer review mechanism. That's why governors saw it fit in their wisdom to bring us into that equation. So responding to your question, Dr. Patrick, that where will the APRM fit in and how much value can it bring to the process? I think there's a lot of leverage that the APRM can bring into that process. Also, looking at what the discussions have been over the past 2 days, that there are a lot of technicalities and a lot of reservations that member states have been raising, especially to anything that points towards establishing new structures because of the implications of that. So the mechanism is an existing platform that has been established with a mandate to peer review the various pillars of governance on the continent. So just to give a perspective to some of us who may not be aware of the work of the APRM, our mandate is to review the implementation of a governance in 5 pillars: political governance and democracy, economic governance and management, and also socio-economic development, then state resilience and corporate governance. So we have also recently moved into the frame of what we call a targeted review approach, which is very topic specific in the review of the implementation of policy. So this is what we had projected in our discussions with the AACB, that since the area of macroeconomic convergence criteria is identified and the indicators are already established, this already forms the basis of how we can implement a targeted review. To understand every member state concern with regards to, number one, why are they not effectively or fully implementing the macroeconomic convergence criteria as agreed, and also what could be their concerns. I'm sure you have heard that there are reservations around the issues of the commitment, the funding commitment, the issues of the legal status of these kind of institutions, and also what will happen after the Africa Central Bank comes into life. So with regards to the peer review, the APRM is a unique mechanism in various senses that I'll point out, try to point out in summary. Number one is that our structure of implementation of this mandate is we have got the opportunity to present the outcomes of our review to the heads of states at what we call the APR Forum, the African Peer Review Forum. This is a unique, it's a unique leverage because it then provides the platform to raise issues that have been raised here to do with a political will. Because then we are able to point out specifically on one of the factors that are impeding the progress on implementation of the financial institutions of the AU. Just to also specifically point out, as part of our questionnaire on conducting these reviews, we've got a particular section on standards and codes and protocols that we recommend governments, which are agreed in the policy organs, which should be implemented in the form of signatures and ratification. And if they are not ratified, there is a specific section that the government need to explain why these protocols have not been signed and they have not been ratified. We find that a very important platform to use also to raise or to implement some of the concerns that have been raised with regards to the ratification and signatories. And so this form, we send it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they complete all the protocols, of which the protocols of the 3 financial institutions are part of that, in the countries that we will be reviewing. Then also another unique feature of the mechanism is that we don't just examine in a country the negative side of implementation of policy. We also look at the positive. I think it has been mentioned in the discussion that there are countries that are implementing some areas of the criteria more advanced than others. So we specifically point this as a good practice or as a best practice, outstanding, so that others can also be, look at how this has been done and also perhaps learn from that process, which brings the peer review part of the process that we undertake. So perhaps also to point out that with regards to executing this mandate, we view it as a very objective process, because or maybe something to underline this is that the mechanism has been made partly autonomous and voluntary for a reason. And one of the reasons is that once a country accedes to the process of mechanism of peer review, it is a commitment that they will accept or they will open up for the technical assessment in the form of a targeted review or a full review, and it will take ownership of the outcome of such a process. And ultimately, after it has done so, it should develop what we call a national program of action, which is part of the review process, which is one key instrument that we have seen bearing fruits in all the countries that have been peer-reviewed so far. Because once a government takes ownership of this process, which is formally done by a head of state in the form of signing an MOU before the peer review process commences. Once this is done, it means that they are committing to implement all the recommendations that emanates from this process. So speaking specifically on the national program of action, it is a key outcome of this process, which is authored also in collaboration with the government itself, maybe under the auspice of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Ministry of National Planning or the Ministry of Finance in some cases. So why is this important? Is because it also provides a platform to domesticate the recommendations that come out of the review process, because as is the structure of the national program of action, it has to have short-term implementation goals, medium-term and long-term. And the structure of the mechanism also is that countries need to give progress reports on a year to a 2-year period as to how they are implementing some of the commitments they have made in the form of national program of action. So as I pause maybe to take some questions which I'll be willing to happily respond to. The national program of action, it should be part of the country's national development plan, and it must be costed and integrated into the budget into the fiscal budget of the country. So we find these levers as part of the mechanisms that this platform in implementing the decisions of the protocols on establishing these institutions should also try and utilize to make sure that these goals are achieved. So let me pause here, Dr. Patrick. I'll be happy to engage if there is any specific questions to do with the work of the APRM in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear Mishek, for elaborating on the excellent work that the APRM is doing with regards to can I have the microphone? So the excellent work that the APRM is doing with regards to peer reviewing our countries. So the question remains, and I would like now to open the floor to the audience, because I know that we have some good friends who would like to contribute to this discussion. Yes, I would start with Sadek, and then we move to any other speakers that would like to also contribute to the discussion. Sadek.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you, Dr. Meshak. I have two questions. My colleague here has some comments as well. The first one is to say, how will the African peer review mechanism work with regional bodies that are also doing the peer review mechanism to avoid or to complement each other or to avoid duplication of efforts? The second question is to say the implementation of the commitments made by countries. I'm just wondering how practical that is, because the convergence criteria are there, but the challenges are many. Countries don't meet these convergence criteria for various reasons, budgets, and so on and so forth. So how are we going to make this work? Because so far it's not working. For SADC, it's not really working. At AACB level, very few countries, they meet maybe one or two convergence indicators. So how do we envisage this to work at a continental level? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I want to commend the panelists for well-articulated presentations and for the work that has been done so far. I think that this is a very important aspect of both regional and continental integration that we must already be implementing, in that it helps us to assess where we are, what are the challenges, the hurdles, and so on and so forth that we must address in order to overcome. Our experience in SADC is that we are already implementing a peer review mechanism with the three very clear objectives. The first one, we have a convergence criteria. So the objective there is to monitor adherence or compliance. The second objective is for member states to learn from one another, from the experiences of other member states, as well as best practices. How do we handle shocks when we experience shocks? How do we manage these shocks in order to quickly get back on path? What are some of the best practices that our member states are implementing? For instance, we had a 7-year run with Tanzania meeting all the convergence criteria. And it became very interesting for all of us in SADC to go and learn from Tanzania how they were doing it in order for them to be on the path. The third aspect was building capacity within the member states and amongst ourselves, so that we are able to better manage our own economies. So it has involved training on 1, peer reviewing, 2, economic management policy formulation, and so on and so forth. The training has involved various short courses from various institutions, including the IMF, the World Bank, and others, in order for our staff in the ministries of finance and the central banks to sharpen their skills and tools for economic management. Now, some questions have been raised, to which some people say that this thing is not working, but others are saying, no, it is working. Why is it not working? It's because we have set targets which most member states are failing to achieve. But those targets were set with a view
to impacting poverty. We said 7% will impact poverty. An inflation rate of between 3 to 7% will impact poverty. A fiscal debt of not more than 3% of GDP, external debt of not more than 60%, a fiscal deficit of not more than, is it 3%? A public investment of at least 25%, public savings of at least 35%. These targets, together with others, we've brought in now financial inclusion and others, they are meant to impact poverty. If we meet those targets, they're meant to impact poverty. Now, coming to the continental convergence mechanism or framework, I think the objectives are similar, if not the same. But the question that people ask is that these targets are too ambitious and member states will not achieve them. I think when we set the targets, they have to be meaningful. They have to be a goal towards achieving certain objectives. And where they have been set to is okay. Now, should we have this framework implemented or not implemented? I think we should have it implemented. We should start somewhere. We should start talking. Even without the AMI, without the central bank and the other institutions, we should be able to implement this so that we start talking a common language. As somebody said, I think the Governor Masha from Zimbabwe said that if we can take those baby steps, they matter. So truly we must start taking those baby steps. They will lead us to something bigger and bigger until we achieve our goal. And so it is important that we start. And the issue now is the model or modality of carrying out those peer reviews. In SADC, the peer reviews are done by member states on peering other member states. It's not clear from what has been proposed here how this is going to be done, whether it is member states on member states, RECs on RECs, or teams from both member states and the RECs going out to peer other countries or regions. I think that must come out very clear. And if this thing is going to succeed, it must involve the member states. They must have a buy-in. In SADC, the success of this thing has been because of the commitment and the participation of the member states. They are the ones that finance the teams to go out and peer review the other member states. Of course, Secretariat will then send teams to accompany. So the issue of financing is important, and how the reviews are done is important. And I'm emphasizing here that in the reviews, if you include the member states and the RECs to be part of the process, then we shall see success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I can see flag from Egypt. Yes, Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like first to align myself with my distinguished colleagues from the SADC, and I think that the major problem is that we keep talking and talking all over the years without knowing exactly what we did. Because I'll take the last sentiment expressed by my distinguished colleague from the SADC, that the peer review mechanism, it is not clearly clarified who is doing what. I'd like to assure you that the timelines and the African Monetary Cooperation Program, which was adopted by the governors in 2017 in Pretoria, and also the adoption by the Ministers of Finance, Economic Development, Integration, and Governors of the central banks of this program, I think that was in 2021, and last year the whole program was adopted by the Assembly of the African Union. I think that was February 2022. So the whole program went through a comprehensive process of people talking together. The whole of the RECs were involved in setting the targets. The whole of the RECs were involved in the process. Ministries of finance were involved, central banks were involved, and I don't think that the Assembly of the African Union can adopt something without it being comprehensively taken into consideration by all parties. So this process, I was part of this process, which started in 2016, and we dwelt on revisiting the African Monetary Cooperation Program for 2 successive years. This was done on the level of AACB. Then we took it to the RECs, and we talked with the RECs, and we made sure that we are aligning ourselves together. So this whole program is not new. But the problem is that whenever we are having an external shock, it is natural, it is so natural that we don't abide by the convergence criteria. Because, for example, when we started implementing the new revised African Cooperation Monetary Program in 2018, you can imagine that 22 countries out of 52 who presented the reports were converging. 22 countries, nearly 50%. And this number of countries increased in 2019. It was at the beginning of 2020, with the spread of COVID-19, that the number of countries converging started to decrease, which I think is natural. You have a shock, and you cannot expect that the same number of countries will be converging. Then we hear voices calling for revisiting the targets and revisiting the program, which already started 3 or 4 years. So if we are to revisit a program each 3 or 4 years, we will not be doing anything because of an external shock. And so I align myself with my distinguished colleague from the SATIC that we should have a mechanism which tell us exactly what we can do when we have an external shock to regain the path, to come again to the right path, not to go revisit a process which we dwelt on for 3 successive years. This is the first point. The second point, Chairperson, if you allow me, is that since 2017, there was a clear decision by the Assembly of Governors of the African Association of African Central Banks that there should be a peer review mechanism. And since that date, now it is around 7 years now, we don't have a peer review mechanism, although the decision is there. And by the way, if you go to the timelines and if you go to the framework, the peer review mechanism, the components, the participants, the process, how it should be done, it is there. Who can be there? The Secretariat of the AACB, the Bureau of the AACB, the peer review mechanism, the components, the persons, it is there. It is not left for people to decide. If you go to the framework of the peer review mechanism, you can easily implement. So the big question now, since 7 years we don't have a peer review mechanism. And Dr. Mishek Mutezi, the one representing the peer review mechanism, is here. And the sentiment I got from his speech is that it is not difficult to implement this. So 7 years, we were talking about activation of the peer review mechanism, which I think is the easiest solution to be done. But now the sentiment has changed. And instead of saying activation of the peer review mechanism, we say activation of the African Monetary Institute. And this activation will not be taken into consideration until next July for the STC. So from this date until next July, and of course by the end of next July, the AMI will not be there. So we are leaving countries 1 whole year, maybe 2 whole years without anything. The AACB Secretariat cannot do the work. They just, as Mr. Jawara said, they just collect reports, they present it to the governors, governors express concern, and they, all the time, for 7 successive years, there is only one recommendation emanating from the governors' meeting: please activate the peer review mechanism. The peer review mechanism is there. It is not difficult to implement. AMI will take time to exist, but until this time comes into force, we should not leave countries to do whatever they want without telling them what they should do. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I think the microphones are dying. Maybe we fail to feed the microphone when we also pause for lunch, certainly. So, okay. Yes, it is true, because there is an important point that just been raised now with regards to the activation of the peer review mechanism. The question I would like to ask you simply, because you are the one who highlighted the fact that it might be the simplest thing to do. So how, in your perspective, can we activate that peer review mechanism, given the fact that during the last 4th extraordinary session of the STC, I presented what we did from 16th to 17th October in South Africa in terms of activating this peer review mechanism. And I can tell you that we had a pushback. You were in the meeting where people said that was not the way to activate it. So now it brings to the question, and this is why I like this conversation today, how then do we activate the peer review mechanism? Because maybe my understanding was wrong, and I would truly appreciate, being guided in this process forward. If you can just tell us what is your take on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patrick. The question the answer for the question is so easy from my own point of view. What you did in your last meeting in October, I think that was in Pretoria, you already sat with the AACB Secretariat, with the members of the Bureau, and you have a proposal. The point of objection at our virtual meeting was that this report should go first to the AACB, to the Bureau of the AACB, in order to take approval. We didn't have any objection to your proposal, but our objection during the October meeting was that you said that the Secretariat of the peer review mechanism is now established. But we told you no. Your proposal should go first to the AACB Bureau, because this meeting was called for by the AACB Bureau, and such meeting or the outcome of the meeting should go first to the Bureau. And when you present to the Bureau and you say that we have a proposal for establishing a secretariat or for establishing whatever is there for the peer review mechanism, I think the governors will not tell you no. I think they will adopt. So the idea is that just wait for the upcoming meeting of the Bureau. I think it is in March in Dakar, Senegal. You present the outcomes of your meeting in Pretoria, and I think you will gain full support of the proposal, because I'm repeating myself. There are 2 reports which I think they are available at your hands. The one which contains the timelines and the stages for the African Cooperation Program. The other one is the proposal on the framework for a peer review mechanism. If you go to this document, it will tell you clearly and explicitly what should the peer review mechanism look like. Just go to this document, you saw the components there, it tells you who are the participants in the peer review mechanism. Have a recommendation, present to the governors, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before giving the floor, because I'm a bit not confused, but I would like to be further guided, because Governor said the AUC should activate in the last report with you, under your control, my brother, that the AUC should activate. Now, if we activate and we go back to go and seek for other clarifications, you know, this is where we have a bit of misunderstanding, but maybe that will be clarified later. But allow me to move to, I think it's Ghana, before SADC, Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want a little clarification about the AMI. I remember the last STC in Nairobi, this issue became very debatable, and I think though the Bureau had also considered it with a specialized group, but other countries raised concerns because under AACB, not all countries are present in the Bureau, so some were saying they haven't seen it, and it should go back for broader consultation. This was referred, I think we eventually made progress by referring it to the Committee of Governors who were meeting in Lusaka here, I think the month after the meeting, that was in August. And now the governors have reviewed it and approved it. So, I mean, in terms of process, I think from there, it was supposed to come back to STC, then to the legal and justice. If the governors have really taken a decision, why will you bring it back to the technical committee level for discussion? Because I don't think at our level, we can even change the decision that we have, they've taken. So I also think we should also watch our processes, because if we really want to make a progress, they've made a decision. That decision should be communicated to countries. If the governors have taken a decision at that level, the next level you should go is the ministerial. So we can also make progress, because I don't think, though the report here says, I'm reading the last paragraph, the fourth extraordinary STC in October 2023 requested additional time to further scrutinize the draft revised AMI statute before consideration and endorsement by the STC on justice and legal affairs before the document is submitted to African Union organs. If they've really made a decision, what are we waiting for? So I also think to make progress on some of these things, we should change our ways, because some of them, I think, is a matter of communicating the decisions to country. It doesn't need to come back for discussion again, because I don't think us sitting here can change the decisions that the governors have made already. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I see, yes, you can take the floor.
Merci bien. Je voudrais saluer toutes les présentations et les commentaires qui ont été faits précédemment. Et sur la question de la création de l'Institut monétaire africain, je crois que ce débat a eu lieu lors de notre dernier CTS à Nairobi, qui justement, après avoir validé le processus, devait le statut devait être transmis aux États membres pour observation. Moi, ce que je voudrais dire, rebondir sur l'intervention de la collègue du Ghana. L'Institut monétaire africain n'est pas... C'est un instrument de l'Union africaine. Et justement, l'Union africaine, il y a un processus pour la validation de tout organe. D'autant plus que le débat qui a eu lieu là-bas est lié au niveau de Nairobi sur la question de moratoire par rapport à la création des nouveaux organes et tout. Donc ça voudra dire que la création ou la validation de tout le processus pour aboutir à la création de la Banque centrale, c'est vrai. Il y a la position prise par les gouverneurs de banques centrales et autres, mais il y a tout le processus qui existe au niveau de l'Union africaine qu'il faut pouvoir suivre. Et lorsque nous avons eu cette réunion, en octobre dernier, il a été dit que les États membres voulaient justement s'approprier, parce que quand on s'approprie mieux un projet, on le défend mieux au point des décideurs au niveau interne. Donc il a été demandé que le F15, qui est un instrument technique de l'Union africaine des États membres, puissent mieux s'approprier le document et les États membres s'approprient mieux pour faire leurs observations, pour que nous nous retrouvions dans le bref délai pour justement valider ce statut-là. Je pense que ce qu'on voudrait demander ici, c'est justement, au lieu de plutôt chercher à réfléchir sur la création du secrétariat, il faut plutôt se mettre un focus sur l'Institut monétaire africain pour que dès le premier trimestre du mois les premiers trimestres de 2024, nous puissions rapidement se réunir au niveau du STC pour décider, en tout cas pour que tous les États membres donnent leur avis pour que nous puissions progresser. Moi, je pense que c'est très important de tenir compte de tout le processus pour ne pas qu'au bout, on soit mis en porte-à-faux vis-à-vis des process qui existent au niveau de l'Union africaine. C'est ce que je voulais faire observer.
Merci pour cette observation. Yes, that will be the final. Do you want to speak also? So I will take here and then come back to you. Sadek, later.
Thank you very much. I will not take too much time. I would like to raise one question about the implementation of the AMI. First of all, what I realize is that we have in our procedures, I think that at the African Union we have to think about how to review our approval mechanism, because if you understand the way currently the status of the adoption of the statute of the AMI, my fear is that at the end they will request once again to the governors to come back on this issue, why the governor has already endorsed the statutes. So what I would like to advise here is to clearly decide who is now currently who is accountable for the implementation, for the approval, to fast track the process, because the previous speakers have talked about taking the baby steps. To bring it to our attention, these are among the baby steps that we need to take. You see, maybe somehow a big step, but the biggest step will be to decide to create the African Central Bank. This is the biggest step. Can you imagine how it will be hard once we don't change our procedures? How it will be hard to decide to harmonize our policies to avoid this, and then create a single central bank within Africans. That's what's my worries about the way we are progressing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we still have a request on this side? No, I can see Sadek, but for 1 minute.
Chair, I think the gentleman that just spoke took the words out of my mouth. It is all agreed. It's now to task either the technical committee of the AACB
or whoever to take this thing forward and implement it.
Thank you. Yes, I think Tanzania, then I come back to you.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. With regards to the AMI statute, I do recall that we have had extensive discussions from the July meeting and the October meeting that did not culminate into ministerial meeting. And I do remember we agreed that the AACB have done their work and the governors have cleared the statute. However, as for member states, we still had some comments which were to enrich the statute, and we agreed that we give ourselves 2 weeks time to consolidate all comments from member states, and thereafter have a virtual meeting to validate the statute. It's unfortunate that we are not getting the status of where we are in terms of what have been done since October to date. Because I do think that if we have this validation meeting among the finance experts and central bank experts, the issue of the AMI status will be resolved and go forward to our next step. So I think it's prudent that we sequence the decisions we make in our meetings in order to make progress. Something has been done with regards to AMI, and the governors have done their work. Help us to finish the work that we raised our comments in October, and then we move to our next step. That will be the approval of the AMI statute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My dear brother.
Thank you, Dr. Patrick. And this is my last intervention. First of all, I would like to assure my distinguished colleagues here that the Assembly of the Governors of AACB has nothing to do with the statutes of AMI anymore. It was adopted 4 months ago in our annual meeting in Livingstone, Zambia. It was adopted. So it is not coming back to the governors anymore. What is left is a final consideration by the experts of the STC on finance, economic affairs, and I think by next July it will be easy to have a final adoption. Allow me, Chair, to read from the document I referred to. This is the document which was also, by the way, endorsed by the Assembly last year. The Assembly endorsed 2 documents, the one on the program itself, the timelines, the stages, the convergence criteria, the targets, and the other document on the peer review mechanism. And I'm reading from the document itself. This is page 7 out of 27 pages. It talks about the institutional framework of the monitoring mechanism, and it says explicitly, based on the current institutional setup, this could include the following institutions. Those are the institutions involved in the peer review mechanism. Number 1, the African Union, then between brackets, Specialized Technical Committee on Finance, Monetary Affairs, Economic Planning and Integration, and then the Association of African Central Bank, including the Assembly of the AACB, the Technical Committee of the AACB, and the AACB Secretariat. Okay? And the idea is that these 2 bodies, the African Union and of course the African Peer Review Mechanism, they will dwell on the reports presented by the countries, and then there is a clear process here on which country to be selected. You know that we have 5 different regions on the sub-regions on the level of AACB, and the process is told to us here. So I think it is easy, because instead of only having one institution or one authority to which these reports are being submitted, which is currently the AACB, according to this process, the reports will be submitted to both AACB and also to the STC, because the STC comprises, beside the central bankers, the central bank governors, the ministries. So just if we go back to this document, it is very clearly stated how we can make the peer review mechanism until we have the African Monetary Institute. Thank you.
Excellent. This is what we did. So now let me give the floor to Mr. Jawara. I think we are closing the session now, so your concluding remarks, and then we go to Mishek.
Thank you very much for the opportunity again. So I think we are converging. So as one of the objectives of this meeting to see way forward. So a way forward on peer review mechanism is that, like, AUC was tasked to activate the peer review mechanism. So that was, requested by the governors. So when they reactivate, so they will now just make a formal communication through the secretariat to the governors that we have activated the peer review mechanism. So then we proceed from there. So there'll be rejoinders and then a communique on that from the governors' meetings. Then we proceed. So we are all clear that peer review mechanism can go to work almost immediately. So the AMI, of course, will need some little bit more time. So on that side, the status of the AMI, we are also clear that governors have finished with it. I think our expectation is by July, of course, we would have reported something different than we have learned now. So if the STC, because we all understand governors are members there, but we also understand that at STC they don't have the leading role there. It's the ministries of finance. So therefore, at that level, the ball is in their court. So what we've learned here is, whatever might happen. So this year is out of it. So next year, July, we will see what comes out. So if they ask for 2 weeks and it was not possible for them, so they needed to, something has to be done. So now, if there's nothing possible, perhaps we have to wait for the July for their next meeting. But for the document to come back to the governors, I don't think that should be an option. They have done with it. It took us a lot of time to get the consensus, and the consensus was given, is minuted and documented in our processes. So I think these are the way we need to move forward. On the peer review mechanism, we are very clear with it now, so that to avoid any further delay, we'll have this communication to the secretariat, then to the governors. By July, something will come out of it in the meeting of the assembly. So I think this is quite encouraging that we are converging in this manner. So we know that when the MI also come on board, they will take up the job for the peer review mechanism, because they will be the technical body to analyze and do all the work that is necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Mishek.
Thank you, Dr. Patrick. And thanks to my brother from Egypt for the clarity on the matters to do with the peer review process. I think it clarifies a lot. But just to respond to a few questions on how the peer review process is undertaken, and also how the process is funded. So just to dwell on the actual process, leaping from the background work before we get to the actual process of undertaking the review. We do collaborate with regional economic corporations or commissions in the process, because we know that there's a lot of work that overlaps. So how we normally do this is when we have a topic that we know that the regional economic or RECs rather are working directly on those specific topics, and they might provide the expertise. Not just RECs, even other institutions, like we work with technical experts from the UNECA and sometimes from the Commission, especially on topics to do with peace and security. So we collaborate with various entities of the Union, and speaking specifically on the issues of REC. So on this particular topic, I know SADC has progressed quite a bit in terms of implementing the convergence criteria. So of course, if these reviews happen to take place, we will be inviting you formally to be part of those reviews. And then on the other issue raised on how member states take part in this process, member states, or this whole process is member states driven. I'm sure it aligns to what you have just also alluded. And it's member state owned. So the country that is involved in the process, it is the one that starts by what we call a self-assessment. The criteria is there, and it assesses itself on how it has performed and what could be the reasons. Then the APRM, together with other technical institutions and the Commission, we then come to do an independent assessment versus the self-assessment review. So it's quite a technical and comprehensive process, which will lead to what I have pointed out earlier on the national program of action. Then on financing, we've got resources to support these processes. This year alone, we have done 5 reviews, 4 targeted reviews on preparedness of small to medium enterprises to benefit from the AFCFTA. And Zambia, we just concluded a full review a few weeks ago, where amongst other issues, we also explored on the implementation and domestication of the macroeconomic convergence criteria. Yeah, I think that was the question on financing. So we usually have resources that are committed to reviewing about plus or minus 5 countries in a year, because that's the core of our mandate. So I hope that answers the questions from our colleagues from SADC. Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick, for inviting us. But in conclusion, the APRM is very open to support this process. It's established to support member states to implement and domesticate policies, one of which is this issue of implementing the decisions on the common monetary framework. So we are willing to engage whenever we are invited to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my dear Mishek. And I think this brings us to the close of our session today. I would like just to bring some highlights on the question that our dear sister of Tanzania just asked. So far, we have received 9 contributions from member states. And if I would like to be exhaustive, maybe I can give you an account of the countries that contributed to that process. So far, we have Mauritius that submitted input. We have Tanzania. We have Egypt. We have Nigeria, Algeria, Morocco, South Africa, and Senegal. So these are the countries that were able to submit inputs in the revised statute of the AMI. So those inputs are already incorporated, and as my dear brother highlighted, we will aim at organizing a dedicated session to make sure that we iron those and incorporate those issues before we go to the STC to make sure that we are not heading to the STC with a document that is not agreed, in the process. So this is what we are aiming to do. And thanks for that perspective. And thank you to all of you because you've been able to highlight how we can make sure that we improve the processes and also improve our capacity in deliver quality results. So thanks. We conclude the panel with this. Then we are truly grateful for those excellent discussions, and we are now heading to the last panel. Yes, a photo, maybe a group photo. So I was saying we are now heading to the last panel session of our meeting, and I will invite on the stage the high-level speakers because we wanted to have another governor discussion before we close our meeting. And for this, I would like to once again seize the opportunity to sincerely thank the honorable governors from the Banque des États de l'Afrique centrale, Honorable Mahamat Abastoli, and also thank the governor of the Central Bank of Madagascar, but more importantly also his deputy governor, who will be called on the stage. So, Deputy Governor, you are called on the stage. I would also like to call on the stage two ladies. The first is Mrs. Aziza Riman, and the second will be Mrs. Lina Tonui. I hope I'm pronouncing well, thank you. So you are also called on the stage. So we also have at the closing a very equilibrated panel in terms of gender parity. And it is truly, as I said, an honor and privilege to have all of you in this room and to have this excellent discussion. It has truly been amazing to see how we were able to discuss frankly, the little challenges that we are facing in the implementation of the key decisions that are leading us to the establishment of the African Union financial institutions. Dear governors, you've been able to listen to the conversation since we started this journey yesterday, and I would like you to kick off our discussion with your takeaways on the way forward and how you see the perspective in terms of accelerating progress towards the Africa we want. Before that, I would like to highlight something that is very important. Africa, as we stand today, is the continent of the future. We cannot overemphasize it. We cannot say it in another way. We are the continent of the future, and now there is need for us to make sure that we accelerate progress towards our economic transformation. At the African Union Commission, we are dreaming about a 7 to 10% growth in the next 4 to 5 decades to make sure that we implement Agenda 2063. And in this drive towards inclusive growth and sustainable development, all the key actors are in this room: central bank governors, member states represented by their ministries of finance, and all the other constituencies that are critical in that process. Your take, Honorable Governor, you are invited on the stage.
Merci bien, Dr. Patrick. Je voudrais peut-être, avant de revenir sur les points essentiels à retenir de ces 2 jours de débats intenses et très fructueux sur cette question cruciale d'activation des institutions financières de l'Union africaine. Donc avant de revenir en quelques mots sur l'essentiel des points d'ailleurs qui ont été soulevés par l'ensemble des participants à cette réunion, remercier vivement la Commission de l'Union africaine pour l'organisation de cette réunion consultative très importante qui a donné lieu à des échanges très importants, substantiels, pour la mise en œuvre effective des institutions financières africaines, à savoir la Banque centrale africaine, la Banque africaine de l'investissement, le Fonds monétaire africain. Nous avons aussi évoqué ce matin, je ne suis pas audible, pardon, on avait évoqué également ce matin, en sus des 3 institutions que je viens de citer, à savoir la Banque centrale, la Banque africaine d'investissement et le Fonds monétaire africain, nous avons parlé également du mécanisme de revue par le pair. Nous avons aussi parlé de l'Institut monétaire africain, lesquels d'ailleurs dans certains cas constituent aussi des préalables à la mise en œuvre effective des 3 principales institutions sur lesquelles nous avons débattu durant ces 2 jours. Pendant ces échanges, on avait beaucoup parlé de façon intensive sur l'importance de ces institutions en termes donc de complétude de l'intégration régionale africaine, mais de leur importance aussi en matière de développement économique, mais aussi de la coopération régionale. Je ne vais pas revenir de façon itérative sur l'ensemble des points qui ont été évoqués ici. Nous avons aussi nous sommes conscients que nos États aspirent justement à l'intégration régionale, aspirent au développement et à plus de coopération, à la possibilité... Vous avez quelques difficultés? On ne m'entend pas? Okay, it's okay now? You hear me? No? Bon. Je vais laisser ça, mais bon, le gars à côté n'entend pas. Donc je disais que je ne vais pas revenir sur les bénéfices, les bienfaits de ces institutions, ni la pertinence de les mettre en œuvre ou de les créer. Je pense qu'on n'en est pas là. Nous sommes déjà sur la nécessité de les mettre de façon effective en place. Nous avons relevé quand même qu'il y a eu des progrès substantiels déjà dans cette idée de l'Union africaine, de la création de ces institutions, du fait que des instruments juridiques aient été déjà ratifiés par plusieurs États de la communauté montrent qu'il y a eu quand même des efforts importants qui ont été déployés dans le sens du renforcement de l'intégration régionale africaine. Néanmoins, il subsiste quelques obstacles, notamment qui se sont reflétés dans le fait que nous accusons encore de retard dans la ratification de ces instruments juridiques par certains pays et des préoccupations aussi en matière de financement qui ont été soulevées et quelques difficultés également dans la réalisation des prérequis. Et je pense que nous devons faire tout ce qui est possible pour surmonter ces difficultés et aller de l'avant. Le défi qui nous interpelle aujourd'hui est celui donc de concevoir une stratégie efficace qui soit largement partagée par toutes les parties prenantes afin d'opérationnaliser, mais de façon effective, le fonctionnement de ces institutions. Parce que ce qui est vrai, la vision d'une Afrique unie, forte, prospère, et qui parle d'une même voix dans le concert des nations, c'est bien ce que nous tous appelons de nos vœux, et cela est possible, ce n'est pas impossible. Mais pour y parvenir, il faut de l'engagement, il faut de l'audace, il faut de la volonté politique. Pour moi, en termes de takeaways, le docteur m'a dit qu'est-ce qu'il faut retenir, mais vraiment ce qu'il faut retenir, c'est l'ensemble vraiment des choses très intéressantes et complémentaires que j'ai écoutées depuis hier sur cette thématique importante, c'est la volonté. Le représentant de l'Égypte a dit aujourd'hui la réalisation des convergences, des critères de convergence technique, c'est quelque chose qui est tributaire un peu des aléas de la conjoncture. On peut attendre ça, on peut revenir. Moi, je viens d'une union monétaire de l'Afrique centrale. Je suis le gouverneur d'une banque centrale commune à 6 États. Quand il y a des conjonctures économiques difficiles, évidemment, beaucoup de pays, ou quasi sinon tous les pays, ne peuvent pas continuer à respecter ces critères. Donc moi, je pense que c'est aussi le cas de l'Union européenne dans le cadre des crises Covid et aujourd'hui que nous connaissons, des crises économiques. Les critères de Maastricht ne sont pas respectés par tous les États membres. Néanmoins, la volonté elle est efficace. Nous allons continuer à travailler au niveau des banques centrales, mais aussi au niveau de la Commission de l'Union africaine, mais aussi au niveau des États membres pour faire un peu, je pense que ça va être également une proposition, faire le point de tout ce qui a été fait, pour voir qu'est-ce qui reste à faire, pour qu'on se détermine tous et qu'on avance vraiment de l'avant, parce qu'il ne reste que ça. Et un projet aussi important que le renforcement de l'intégration africaine. Évidemment, on sera confronté à des difficultés, on sera confronté à des obstacles, on sera confronté à beaucoup de difficultés justement même opérationnelles, mais je pense que la solution à tout cela, c'est la volonté. La volonté au niveau politique, au niveau technique, la volonté justement d'aller de l'avant. Je pense qu'il faudrait bien que, je souhaite que nous ici tous gardions comme objectif, ou comme également qu'on ait la conscience que c'est une responsabilité de notre génération. Et je pense que perçu un peu de cette façon, c'est également une motivation supplémentaire pour continuer donc à aller de l'avant et réaliser effectivement donc les objectifs qui sont les nôtres, c'est de rendre ces institutions effectivement opérationnelles afin d'atteindre nos objectifs finaux qui sont le renforcement de l'intégration sous-régionale, le développement des économies donc des États membres de l'Union africaine, le financement des infrastructures sociales. Je pense que c'est un peu tout cela que nous devons continuer à faire. Donc vraiment, le point le plus important sur lequel je vais encore ressasser, c'est l'engagement politique, c'est la volonté politique. C'est une chose, quelqu'un l'a dit, et toutes les choses que je ressasse ici, c'est des choses que quelqu'un de vous, on a écouté dans toutes les interventions durant ces 2 jours. La volonté politique, c'est important. Il est maintenant temps de passer des paroles aux actes. On a déjà discuté, on a palabré pendant des décennies, mais bougeons, même si on ne peut pas avoir tous les pays dans un élan ensemble, mais que ceux qui semblent déjà prêts continuent à aller de l'avant, quitte à donc être suivis par les autres pays qui vont le suivre. Voilà donc un peu ce que vraiment je tiens à dire. L'expertise technique existe. La pertinence justement de la mise en œuvre effective de ces institutions se passe des commentaires et des débats, parce qu'on sait bien les bénéfices que nous attendions de cela, nous les connaissons. Il ne reste que vraiment l'action. Et l'action, c'est quelque chose vraiment qui est motivé un peu par la volonté, comme je l'ai indiqué. Maintenant, pour finir, donc, je voudrais saluer la qualité des interventions et des communications très substantielles et qui apportent une contribution substantielle, majeure, avec également des commentaires très éclairés sur le thème de cette concertation. Je voudrais donc remercier vraiment tous qui ont contribué à ces débats, qui ont apporté plus de lumière et de clarté dans les discussions. Et je pense que ça, c'est autant de débats qui sont très complémentaires et utiles justement au sujet ou à la thématique sur laquelle l'Union africaine a bien voulu tenir cette concertation. Je voudrais également, pour terminer mes remarques, remercier les autorités zambiennes pour les contributions significatives à l'organisation de cette rencontre très réussie. Zambie tend à devenir un peu le lieu des rencontres panafricaines par leur hospitalité. Je pense que c'est quelque chose que je tenais également à saluer. Et enfin, mes remerciements vont également à l'ensemble des participants qui sont parfois venus de très loin et qui sont restés ici de façon permanente et contribué de manière décisive à ces débats, à ces discussions. Eh bien, je tiens également à leur dire merci et continuons justement à croire, à avoir foi dans ces projets panafricains et à y travailler de façon active. Je pense qu'au-delà de la volonté attendue des instances et des autorités suprêmes, je pense que c'est une responsabilité collective et individuelle de chacun de nous parce que c'est la responsabilité de notre génération. Et je pense qu'avec de tels points à retenir, nous pouvons toujours continuer. Et j'invite également l'Union africaine à multiplier ce type de rencontres et à faire le point vraiment de tout ce qui a été fait dans ces processus. Et pour le débat futur, à nous concentrer essentiellement sur ce qui reste à faire. Et je pense que avec cela, avec toutes les interventions lumineuses et les contributions substantielles que nous avons eues à travers ces interventions, mais monsieur le docteur, la Commission a quand même de la matière aujourd'hui à pouvoir faire avancer un peu ces projets et dans l'espoir justement de vous revoir dans d'autres cadres qui vont être consacrés sur le renforcement de notre union régionale. J'espère que vous allez tous retourner dans vos lieux respectifs en paix. Merci, merci à tout le monde.
Merci, merci Excellence, Monsieur Abbas Mohamed Toli, merci pour vos commentaires. Ce qu'on retient vraiment, c'est 3 mots, volonté, action et essayons de travailler ensemble. Une chose est sûre, Excellence, c'est que la volonté est liée. L'action, vous l'avez vu à travers les commentaires, et travailler ensemble en termes de collaboration, je peux vous promettre qu'on va travailler d'une manière très plus assidue du côté de la Commission africaine pour faire pousser cet agenda. Je pense, comme vous l'avez très bien dit, même au début, même à travers plusieurs commentaires, l'intérêt de cette réunion consultative, c'était vraiment de discuter pas pourquoi, mais comment avancer plus rapidement sur l'établissement de ces institutions financières. Donc, vous pouvez vraiment repartir chez vous en ayant vraiment confiance que vous avez laissé derrière vous les recommandations. Elles seront bien articulées et bien reprises dans notre rapport final. Que ces recommandations, la Commission va, à travers donc les recommandations, vont être utilisées comme des inputs pour le rapport final. Que le rapport final va être circulé à l'ensemble des participants présents et à nos États membres, à l'ensemble des États membres, et qu'on attendra bien sûr les inputs, les feedbacks, s'il y a des feedbacks ou bien, et après l'année prochaine, donc il y aura cette réunion de validation de toutes les recommandations. Donc encore une fois, merci, vous nous avez vraiment honoré par votre présence, par vos commentaires et par la franchise vraiment de vos propos. Et je le sens vraiment que ça vient du fond du cœur. C'est ça c'est ce qui a fait que je pense que cette réunion consultative elle était un succès parce que pour la première fois, et je vous le dis avec beaucoup d'humilité, j'ai senti que les propos étaient francs. Et on a débattu, on a discuté et je pense pour l'intérêt de l'Afrique. Donc encore une fois, merci, Excellence. Merci, vraiment. Donc j'invite Monsieur Aubin Bellahi. I would like to invite Mr. Aubin Bellahi, second Deputy Governor, Central Bank of Madagascar, to make his some insightful recommendation going forward. Thank you very much, Excellency.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur. Honorable assistance, chers collègues, à travers les exposés qui se sont succédés au cours de ces derniers jours, il nous est permis de constater la volonté commune de l'ensemble des participants à accélérer la mise en place des institutions financières de l'Union africaine. Ces structures procureront des avantages indéniables aux pays africains, et ceci pour ne citer que l'acquisition de plus de stabilité macroéconomique, le renforcement de la discipline budgétaire et financière, l'amélioration de la mise en œuvre du programme de convergence économique, de l'intégration des marchés financiers et des systèmes de paiement. La mise en place de ces institutions s'avère être la réponse naturelle du continent aux nouvelles stratégies d'alliance et aux intentions de réduire la dépendance au dollar américain et autres devises de référence. Toujours est-il que pour assurer le succès et surtout la pérennité de ces institutions, celles-ci se devraient être complémentaires et surtout non concurrentes au système international et continental qui existe déjà. Il en est ainsi du Fonds monétaire africain. On en a beaucoup discuté au cours de ces derniers jours. Ce fonds ne devrait pas reproduire maladroitement les prestations et les facilités offertes par le FMI. De nombreux pays africains, au nombre de 34 actuellement, sont sous programme, 34 pays avec un portefeuille de 23 milliards de dollars, et ils tirent des avantages de leur collaboration avec le FMI. Donc, il est de mise d'offrir des facilités innovantes et d'accès la surveillance et les supports financiers et les programmes de renforcement des capacités sur les retards des pays africains en termes de gouvernance, par exemple, en termes de corruption ou de gestion des ressources naturelles, et de focaliser les interventions sur les spécificités et avantages comparatifs de chaque pays. Avec une plus grande connaissance et compréhension des économies africaines, il est également permis de mettre les propositions suivantes. Ces institutions doivent inclure les considérations de fragilité et de vulnérabilité dans les critères d'allocation des ressources et d'assouplir les exigences et les conditionnalités de déblocage. Il faudrait créer des instruments novateurs qui seront à la disposition des membres pour lutter efficacement contre les déséquilibres en vue d'assurer une plus forte résilience des économies face au choc en général. Pour ce qui est de la Banque centrale africaine, sa mise en place devrait se faire dans une démarche logique et cohérente, tout en capitalisant les efforts, les expériences des unions monétaires qui existent déjà. Il y en a beaucoup en ce moment. Nous tenons au passage à saluer les récents développements relatifs à la création de l'Institut monétaire africain. On vient d'en discuter lors du précédent panel. Et ce fonds sera la structure technique préparant la mise en place de la Banque centrale africaine. En effet, la finalisation des projets de statut et des structures, ainsi que la demande à l'ABCA et à la Commission de l'Union africaine d'établir le secrétariat de Lima, sont une des plus grandes avancées dans la concrétisation du projet de création de la BCA. D'importantes responsabilités reposent sur Lima, et ce pour bien préparer la mise en place de la Banque centrale unique. De nombreuses préalables sont requises pour mettre en place cette banque commune. La plus importante est sans équivoque l'achèvement des convergences macroéconomiques. Cette dernière devrait être une condition plus que nécessaire avant toute forme d'unification. En fait, s'unir dans la divergence des économies s'avère être très risqué et pourrait menacer la stabilité de l'ensemble du continent. Ainsi, le premier grand rôle à assumer par Lima devrait être l'activation, au risque de nous répéter, l'activation des évaluations par les pairs. Okay. Une fois que ces institutions seront établies, leur bon fonctionnement repose sur le dynamisme des économies africaines et surtout sur leurs interactions. Alors, nous aspirons vraiment à l'effectivité de la zone de libre-échange continentale, laquelle va donner un nouveau souffle aux échanges commerciaux intra-africains. Pour catalyser ces échanges, l'intégration des systèmes de paiement régionaux est à dépêcher. Un système panafricain devrait fonctionner avec les monnaies africaines. Ainsi, il est indiqué que toutes les monnaies africaines soient éligibles dans ce système de paiement en attendant la circulation d'une monnaie unique du continent. Cette situation permettrait de réduire de manière significative la dépendance aux devises étrangères et à la propagation des chocs qu'elles pourraient véhiculer. Le recours aux devises étrangères peut également diminuer en diversifiant les réserves d'échange des pays africains. La constitution des réserves d'or monétaire est à la portée de nombreux pays du fait de la richesse en or de leur sous-sol. Des nouvelles questions émergentes devraient être insérées parmi les missions prioritaires des institutions financières à mettre en place. Vu les complexités de ces sujets, il est souhaitable de définir des stratégies africaines communes sur la monnaie digitale de la Banque centrale, le changement climatique, la cybersécurité et l'intelligence artificielle et leurs impacts dans la gestion macroéconomique. En conclusion, permettez-moi de formuler quelques préconisations pour que nous puissions avancer dans ce projet ambitieux de mise en place des institutions financières. Comme le monde avance à un rythme effréné, avançons ensemble. Encourageons les retardataires à surmonter les obstacles avec les propositions salvatrices qui ont été énumérées au cours de ces 2 derniers jours. Les décideurs politiques sont invités à faire preuve de plus de volonté politique, de revoir les priorités et de mettre beaucoup plus d'efforts et de ressources dans les affaires de l'UA et de l'ABCA. Pour concrétiser nos engagements, passons à l'acte avec la définition de plans d'action à court, à moyen et à long terme, y compris la signature et la ratification des différents protocoles. En dernier lieu, peut-être un élément de réponse à la question qui a été posée par la SADC. La question qui se pose à nous, s'il est temps de nous tous, pour nous tous, membres de l'UA, de réfléchir aux moyens pour rendre les critères de convergence plus contraignants, et ce, après nos expériences pas très probantes, des mesures seulement à titre incitatif. Tels sont, chers collègues, honorables assistants, les messages que nous voudrons passer à cette réunion consultative sur la mise en place des institutions financières de l'Union africaine. Je vous remercie.
Merci, encore une fois, merci. Merci, Excellence, pour votre allocution et surtout pour vous avez vraiment été capable de résumer d'une manière très succincte donc les débats, les recommandations, attrait aux 3 institutions donc, panafricaines. Et je retiens vraiment de votre message très, très, très éloquent, vraiment de travailler vraiment beaucoup plus, de penser à l'Afrique comme un continent, de se focaliser non seulement sur les pays qui sont en train d'avancer, mais c'est surtout les pays qui rencontrent quelques difficultés, mais surtout de travailler sur la mise en place d'un plan d'action. Et comme je l'ai déjà été hier, Excellence, je vous encore une fois, ça va faire partie du rapport. Et le rapport va être très détaillé, donc avec une nouvelle proposition qu'on pense qu'elles pourront être implémentables il y aura un time frame, il y aura et puis il y aura l'aspect légal de toute décision. Est-ce qu'elle va avec, par exemple, les décisions qui ont été prises par le sommet, est-ce qu'elles adhèrent ou est-ce qu'elles n'adhèrent pas? Est-ce que c'est faisable ou c'est pas faisable? Et puis désigner vraiment les pays ou bien le pays ou bien la méthodologie de travail de coordination. Qui fait quoi? Donc la division vraiment du travail entre la Commission et les États membres qui abritent ces institutions et les autres États qui ont formulé bien sûr le souhait de faire partie de ces institutions. Donc, et pour le critère de convergence, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous. Définitivement, on sera appelé à travailler comme le fait l'Union européenne, avec un système très contraignant. Mais je pense pour un système très contraignant qui vraiment pousse les États à s'aligner aux recommandations, bien sûr, et aux recommandations par rapport à toutes les décisions prises à un niveau supérieur. Donc, je souscris à vos recommandations et je vous dis encore une fois un grand merci et sachez que toutes les recommandations qui sont sorties de cette réunion au niveau et du panel, de nos chers distingués, les gouverneurs et les distingués vice-gouverneurs avec les représentants des ministères des Finances et les CER de nos partenaires seront prises bien sûr en compte. Donc encore une fois, merci, Excellence, pour vos commentaires. J'appelle Madame Lina. I call Miss Lina Toniu, so Project Coordinator, African Security Exchange Association, to make final comments and maybe recommendation related to this final session. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you once again. I would just like to start by saying that it has been a very informative session for us who, have taken our role as the Pan-African Stock Exchange in a different way. The work that we have done previously has not been, or rather has not followed the processes that have been followed for other African monetary institutions. So from where we stand, just a quick brief that, we imagine that, again, going back to the story of, how do you make a long journey, it starts with one step. And also just the African saying that how do you eat an elephant? You can only start by taking one bite at a time. And so when we highlight the phased approach that we took, it is something that would be a recommendation, at least from our part, that for all these institutions, in as much as we have talked about, the different processes that you have had to follow, the different approvals, the different reports that each institution has had to go through, in the very end, I would just like to point out that also is progress. And so it is a great honor to participate in this meeting, just to understand, the macro levels, macro discussions that go on in African, in the continent, and the work that the AUC is doing. So it is a great honor to, having shared our vision for the Pan-African Stock Exchange, having shared our process that we have followed on the AOP, highlighting, first of all, the importance of all these monetary institutions towards the development of the continent, and also the opportunities that exist in the Pan-African stock exchanges for capital raising and leading to, market integration and economic stability. So it is with that background that I congratulate you once again for all the work that has been done, and as has been discussed in various forums and in various ways, it is important to also make that step. That after you have discussed, after you have done the feasibility studies, then where do we go from there? So from our standpoint, we do understand that even now, as we basically did this, or rather our integration was more independent. But now as we come in to become part of the Pan-African agenda, we do understand that we have to also comply with processes that exist, also seek collaborations with the different entities, and just one recommendation again is that it is very important for these institutions to be formalized and to be created. And so from our standpoint, we do encourage all the different parties that have been mandated to do this to go ahead, and we look forward to a more integrated Africa, and we look forward to in all our different ways that we are seeking that integration, that in the end, that we create an ecosystem that facilitates, an efficient market, that facilitates development first of, local governments, local economies, as we seek to, guide and provide stability for the whole continent. So again, we do thank you for your attention as we presented our take on the Pan-African Stock Exchange, and we do look for a more integrated Africa. Thank you very much.
Ms. Lina Tonu. So first, allow me just to thank you on behalf of the African Union Commission. Very straightforward comments, recommendation. Of course, and we take note of your passion for, as a Pan-Africanist, this is, I have just to confess it, it's, since the morning I have noticed that you talk with the heart of Africa. This is very important for us. And between African, this makes me again more supportive. So again, thanks, and we take note, of course, of when it comes to the Pan-African Stock Exchange, of course, project and association. The support from African Union, you will have it, as I mentioned last time. We will continue supporting you, and I can promise we'll do our utmost first, even to diversify some of your funding issue. We'll try really our level best with other MDBs to get some more grants for you, at least to ensure the sustainability of the project until you deliver on the main outcome of the project. So this is really a commitment from our side, and then thanks again, really. Thank you. Je voudrais appeler maintenant Madame Aziza Riman, directrice juridique donc au niveau de la Banque El Maghreb, Royaume du Maroc.
Merci beaucoup, cher monsieur. Honorable assistance. Avoir une banque centrale africaine, un fonds monétaire continental pleinement opérationnel et instaurer une monnaie unique ne doit plus rester un rêve, nous l'avons compris. Je vous le concède, monsieur le gouverneur, c'est d'abord une volonté politique qui doit dépasser les différences sur plus d'un plan. Une différence qui, loin d'être un facteur de blocage, doit d'abord renseigner sur combien ça peut nous enrichir et ça peut rendre un peu complémentaires nos actions. C'est une volonté que l'on peut constater à partir des signatures, des fois, de traités, et je refuse de croire que la ratification n'est pas aussi réussie parce qu'elle prend du temps sur le plan interne chez les pays. Tout le monde comprend, de manière très sérieuse d'ailleurs, que les assemblées nationales des pays posent surtout des questions auxquelles leurs représentants et analystes techniques répondent que les prérequis techniques ne sont pas totalement réunis. À préparer reddition de comptes, nous pouvons aisément comprendre que la ratification se fait attendre et que l'opérationnalisation des institutions financières sur lesquelles il y a consensus pourtant ne soit pas prévue pour bientôt, d'autant plus que cette opérationnalisation est le couronnement et le parachèvement d'un travail qui doit constater les préalables. Et c'est ainsi que la création d'une banque centrale, d'un fonds monétaire et d'une monnaie unique est également la réussite d'un bon nombre de préalables qui ne sont pas encore là. Mais nous en avons besoin, au moins sur les minima admissibles. Nous en avons besoin au moins pour le nombre minimum de pays pouvant constituer ce noyau dur autour duquel nous pouvons tisser des liens de coopération répondant aux critères de pérennité. Nous en avons besoin aussi pour harmoniser nos normes, mais également nos pratiques. Nous avons besoin d'évoluer dans le même environnement de normes, et notamment celle de bonne gouvernance. Nous avons besoin d'emprunter le même chemin selon la même vision. Nous nous attendons à un saut qualitatif qui viendrait soutenir la méthode progressive qui a été prônée par le traité d'Abuja. Faisons donc une revue peut-être de la stratégie quand c'est possible, quand c'est nécessaire, tenant compte du contexte qui ne cesse d'évoluer. Rectifions le cas échéant des aspects qui peuvent paraître aujourd'hui inadaptés ou imprécis, établissant des priorités en termes d'intégration économique impliquant la suppression des barrières tarifaires ou non tarifaires. Œuvrons pour la création de mécanismes appropriés pour les systèmes de paiement. Essayons d'assainir nos finances publiques et nos politiques budgétaires, construisant ensemble, tout en sensibilisant aussi et ravivant les volontés politiques, donnant toutes leurs chances à ces œuvres continentales, et soyons tous, aujourd'hui même, dans le cadre de cette réunion, des ambassadeurs défendant ces œuvres. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Aziza Aliman. Vraiment, votre message est plus qu'encourageant. Vraiment, il me laisse finir peut-être notre réunion sur une note très, très, très positive. Je suis tout à fait d'accord qu'il faudrait vraiment travailler plus peut-être à un niveau de compréhension, cette prise de conscience par les législateurs, c'est-à-dire les assemblées nationales en règle générale, dans nos États respectifs, vraiment pour accélérer la signature, la ratification. Et peut-être c'est une des recommandations, c'est de travailler avec le Parlement panafricain. Je pense qu'on n'a jamais fait appel à lui, et je pense qu'il est temps peut-être que de travailler plus vraiment, travail beaucoup plus proche avec cette institution, cet organe de l'Union africaine qui est basé en Afrique du Sud. Et je pense qu'il y a lieu même de faire des campagnes, tout d'abord de communication, des campagnes de marketing, vraiment profiter au niveau peut-être des sommets pour attirer encore l'attention des chefs d'État et des délégations sur l'importance de ces institutions financières. Comme je l'ai dit ce matin, je vous promets encore une fois qu'on va travailler sur une vidéo qui va présenter les trois institutions, la quatrième avec l'association, le réseau panafricain des bourses africaines. Donc on va travailler sur une présentation, c'est-à-dire sur 5, 6, 7 minutes, donc avec la responsable, la directrice de communication au niveau de la commission, pour faire au moins relayer ce genre de message au niveau des chefs d'État. Ça, c'est la première des choses. On va travailler sur une leaflet, comme on dit, flyer, rapidement. Et on va faire le tout pour envoyer peut-être une nouvelle note verbale avec peut-être le rapport qui va venir de cette réunion, juste pour informer donc les décideurs au niveau des capitales du progrès qui a été fait et des idées qui ont été émises. Bien sûr, c'est un rapport, c'est juste l'ébauche d'un rapport, c'est pas un rapport qui a été entériné. Le rapport final, c'est le rapport des consultants sur lesquels on va tous travailler pour longtemps. Mais encore une fois, j'adhère tout ce que vous avez dit et je vous dis encore une fois, le saut de qualité, il est là et ne vous inquiétez pas qu'on va faire tout pour que ça gagne en termes peut-être de vitesse. Je pense, parce que j'entends dire deux voix ici vraiment qui sortent de cette réunion. La voix qui dit qu'il faut aller lentement mais sûrement, mais la voix qui nous dit plus ou moins d'accélérer. Moi j'ai dit la décision des chefs d'État elle a été claire. On est mandaté de le faire. Maintenant, en fonction des cas, il faudra choisir la bonne vitesse. Mais on ne peut pas me demander que pour les trois institutions d'avoir la même vitesse. Donc s'il y a une institution pour laquelle on sent qu'il y a un répondant des États membres pour signer, ratifier rapidement, on va pousser toutes les institutions. Je n'ai pas de préférence vraiment personnelle par rapport à une de ces institutions, mais on va tous pousser. Vraiment, c'est un travail collectif en termes de collectif de communication. Encore une fois, c'est vraiment la communication qui manque. Et je suis juste pour finir avec votre commentaire, surtout démontrer ce qu'on va gagner à travers ces institutions. C'est vraiment, il y a une chose qui a été toujours dit, la contribution, je peux vous donner même des chiffres, j'étais à la Banque islamique, et je ne vais pas nommer le pays, mais un pays africain de l'Afrique du Sud, de l'Afrique plutôt de l'Ouest, je m'excuse, sa contribution au capital était de l'ordre de 0, en tout cas, sa contribution, je vais le dire peut-être en unité monétaire, c'était de l'ordre d'à peu près 50 millions de dollars, sa contribution au niveau du capital. Mais ce qu'il est arrivé à avoir comme retour en termes d'investissement, c'était presque $1 milliard, un portefeuille d'$1 milliard sur 15 ans. Et je dis encore une fois, voilà ce que nos États pourront encore gagner. C'est que vous mettez de l'argent, avec l'effet, avec un bon rating, comme on dit, avec une bonne gestion de la banque, avec bien sûr utiliser les outils, les procédures est très très moderne en termes de risque, en termes de gestion. Je suis sûr que l'effet levier sera beaucoup plus. Émettre même émettre des emprunts obligataires, ça va être beaucoup plus facile. On pourra collecter mobiliser beaucoup de fonds à partir des capitaux ou bien capital ou bien des marchés internationaux avec un coût beaucoup moins élevé. Et donc c'est ça ce qu'ils vont gagner. Et je le dis encore une fois, comme je l'ai dit hier, si on ramène toutes les institutions financières, y compris l'aide au développement, ils ne pourront même pas financer 50% de nos besoins. Et donc, la marge, elle est là. Donc, je ne vois pas. Il y a plus de complémentarité que je vois. C'est-à-dire, le marché, il est tellement énorme qu'il est ouvert à tout. Donc, moi, je pousse encore nos États vraiment à réfléchir les dividendes qu'ils pourraient tirer d'une action collective vis-à-vis d'une institution, mettre en place cette institution. Et bien sûr, comme je l'ai dit encore, qu'il y aura d'autres institutions, d'autres représentations au niveau régional. Et donc, vraiment, en tout cas, encore une fois, merci. Et vraiment, j'en appelle, comme je ne suis pas arrivé peut-être à l'état final de mon discours final, mais vraiment, j'en appelle encore une fois à nos États, à nos experts, aux représentants, de se dire qu'il est temps qu'on se lève, de parler d'une même voix et de faire vraiment bouger notre agenda, et surtout le financement de notre agenda. Et même le financement de l'agenda 2063, la partie financement, ça a été toujours posé. Même la dernière réunion du sommet de Mid-Year Coordination Meeting qui s'est tenue à Kigali au mois de juillet, a posé encore une fois cette problématique, la problématique du financement. Et un des leviers de financement, c'est la banque. Un autre, c'est le Fonds monétaire et la Banque centrale. Bien sûr, elle pourra jouer un rôle beaucoup plus prépondérant, beaucoup plus important dans un proche futur lorsque on arrivera peut-être à avoir cette convergence et à avoir avec le temps une certaine, la monnaie unique que j'espère elle verra le jour très très bientôt, avant en tout cas le délai. Et je vais stopper, je pense que j'ai parlé beaucoup, je vais stopper ici. I would like just to thank again, really, our lead panelist really sitting here, and it was really an honor to moderate. I apologize if I came late. I was having just a bilateral meeting that took me a little bit more time. I didn't find, but again, apologize. But again, thank you very much. It was really a very interesting and to hear your views, your recommendation. And we look forward really to get those for our secretary to reflect those on your recommendation. And again, it was really a pleasure moderating this session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director, and thanks to the excellent panel, the two governors and the sisters who highly contributed to the discussion. So we are moving for the photo, the group photo for the panel. Can we just do it? It is a tradition. because we would like to keep a record, of your contributions to the panel. Thank you very much. What is important now is to allow us to stretch our legs a bit. Maybe we can have a 10-minute coffee break, and then we resume for the closing ceremony. So let's resume in 10 minutes to make sure that we at least have a little coffee break, and then we come and conclude our deliberations today. We are now coming to the close of our excellent two-day consultative meeting. As highlighted, we've had the opportunity to look at the issues and also to find the solutions that are going to lead us to the full implementation of our African Union financial institution. And I would like to once again take this opportunity to sincerely thank you all for the excellent contributions that we were able to put forward. We also heard that Africa's transformation is mainly the duty of ourselves, because as our Commissioner, Albert Muchanga, usually says, development is a do-it-yourself process. And Professor Fadel yesterday said that there is no one that will ever come to accelerate Africa's transformation and economic development. So our responsibility is to make sure that we are forward in achieving our economic transformation and prosperity. We have a framework which is Agenda 2063, as you all know, that provides a comprehensive vision and on how we can accelerate progress towards our economic development. Without any further development, allow me to take this opportunity to call on the stage my director, Director Jamel Grib, for his closing remarks before I call on the stage the representative of the host country for the final words and closing of our meeting. Director Jamel.
Your Excellency, Honorable Situ Mboko Muzo Kotwane, Mr. Minister of Finance and National Planning of Zambia, and his or her representative, Mr. Ivo Andriana Rivello, Governor of Central Bank of Madagascar, His Excellency Abbas Mohamed Toli, Governor of Banque des États d'Afrique de l'Ouest, Afrique Centrale, Governors and Deputy Governors of the African Union Central Banks, experts from African Union Ministers of Finance, experts and officials from African Union and Minister of Finance, representative of the regional economic communities, representative of the Pan-African Institution, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful journey. Finally, we came to the end of these two intensive deliberation days related to the theme of our meeting, Africa Financial Institution Consultative Meeting, in this very beautiful city of Lusaka. As a takeaway, allow me just to make few remarks as a takeaway from this consultative meeting. The first one, that your inputs, views, and valuable recommendation will be incorporated first in a report that we will be circulating this later throughout maybe next day via not verbal, and it will be incorporated at the same time in our report that the consultants are currently working on. This is the first engagement. The second engagement from our side is to come up to work and diligently work on that report that will go through our validation meeting, which will be a statutory meeting next year, preferably maybe beginning of the second quarter of 2024, to go through all the comments and the new innovative proposal about how to expedite the establishment of the AU financial institution. take into account constraint that has been, of course, highlighted here, and providing some innovative way or alternative solution on how we can address them in a very constructive manner. That report will contain, as I mentioned, again, a roadmap, a detailed roadmap that will go through all the institutions, the AU, the three institutions, and of course, the African Stock Exchange, the Pan-African Stock Exchange, highlighting first what has been achieved, what are the main really challenges, how can we really, what would be the strategy, what would be the proposed time frame, and the legal background or the legal background for each of those decisions. So this is the second. This is our second commitment. The third one is we will do again. We will continue to do our plea and our advocacy role as a coordinating Pan-African and intergovernmental organization to work diligently again about the providing more insights and more information about our Pan-African institution, and of course how going forward what would be and how to work more closely with the member states in order really to get for them to get more acquainted about the importance of those strategic EU financial institutions. Fourth, we will design a campaign, as I mentioned, at the level of the member states, where those we will work more about that strategic campaign with what we call those decision maker at the level of the countries, especially the assemblies, and the way we should, how we should approach them. Is it through targeting some key countries or all of them, or starting by the RECs and some key countries that could really come in very quickly by signing and ratifying. Again, really, I'd like really to take this opportunity really to thank all of you. Really, it was a very frank discussion, very open, and I felt some of the countries I have not yet reacted. I will not mention them. I'm quite sure that during that validation workshop they will react, because it will be a statutory meeting, and even I see some smile on their faces. But I welcome really all their input and reaction. We welcome them in advance, and I'm quite sure that the validation workshop will be a very constructive one. It will be based really on the legal genesis of all those decisions. I think this is very important that we take note of the genesis of the decision. Which authority has, of course, deliberated and give us that instruction? How are we supposed to do it in a very maybe innovative manner? And maybe we need to think outside of the box, and how really to strategize all together, and how to really to strategize in a manner that we conclude on this really the very slow pace of the signing and ratification. Issues related, of course, to capital, again, were discussed. I think the level of the capital, the statute itself, the article of agreement, if you want to change a little bit, the article of agreement of setting up those institutions. It was in how directly and indirectly discussed. I think we are still at the level of providing guidance. We are not here really to take any decision. We are here just to brainstorm and to come with implementable, again, recommendations that are in line with the EU decision and with our legal framework at the African Union Commission. With these few words, I would like again to thank you for really coming so far from all your capital to this very, very beautiful and very peaceful, really, city of Lusaka. And this is really, we take note really of the kindness of its population. We welcome you again, and we wish you really safe trip back to your countries, respective countries, and we will continue to be in touch with all of you through our official channels, and sometimes if you are looking for to get views or comments or whatever, you are the most welcome really to, I think I can even share my contacts. There is no problem. You can come and interact with me. I'm very open. I'm very supportive. And we are here really to serve the member states and the RECs, of course. And our role really is how to narrow whatever is if there is any divergence, is how to narrow them and how to be very pragmatic. So this is my last words, is to be very pragmatic going forward in the implementation of those EU financial institutions. Again, thank you. It was really a pleasure for me. And those that I'm expecting the next time with their very tough comments, I'm waiting. Don't worry, we'll be there, all of us. Thank you again. I thank you and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director, for those concluding words. You highlighted the commitment of the Commission to continue supporting this process, and I think this is one of the key messages that we will keep from this excellent today's discussion. You also highlighted the need for strong engagement by our member countries, our member states, in support of the institutional processes that are leading to Africa's transformation through an enhanced and deepened economic integration. With those few words, I would like now to call on the stage our last speaker for the day, which is a speaker from the host country, and I would like to first seize this opportunity to thank you for taking on your extremely busy schedule, because we know that you were engaged in other commitments, but you accepted to come to grace us with your presence today. This meeting, just on the high table, you will see that you are seated with governors of African central banks. The governor Mahamat Toli is sitting just next to you, and he is representing 6 countries of our continent. And not far from him, you have the governor of the Central Bank of Madagascar that also graced the meeting with his presence the full 2 days. It is an opportunity for me to sincerely thank you once again and to clap for you, because you were able to take on your extremely busy schedule to make it to Nairobi, to Lusaka, and to also participate the 2 full days. Now, and this is the most important thing, is that our meeting today is not concluded by a man, because usually we have, male concluding our meetings. But today we have the opportunity and we have the extreme pleasure to welcome on the stage a very brilliant lady. Let me call on the stage Mrs. Paula Kauseni, which is the Permanent Secretary, Economic Management and Finance at the Ministry of Finance and National Planning of Zambia. Ma'am, thank you. Thank you for being here today and for gracing us with your presence. Thank
you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a point of correction, I'm acting Permanent Secretary, EMF, yes. Government, it's always important that you have the right protocols, yes. So, Mr. Jamel Grip, the Director for Economic Development, Integration and Trade, Africa Union Commission, distinguished governors and deputy governors, senior government officials from African Union member states, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I wish to express our gratitude to the distinguished delegates for having candid, comprehensive, and robust discussions on charting a renewed path towards the establishment of African Union financial institutions. We note that the deliberations have been successful as they have produced areas of consensus that we as member states should consider to quickly begin implementing to unlock progress on the establishment of African Union financial institutions. One key issue is the limited ratification of protocols establishing the African Union financial institutions. To change this situation, we wish to encourage member states to consider commencing domestic processes to ratify protocols establishing the African Union financial institutions. This, we believe, will be a game changer, as doing so will move the continent a step further to establishing the AU financial institutions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this consultative meeting has assisted our union to take stock of progress recorded in the establishment of African Union financial institutions and enable us to develop action that will allow member states to make gains in the establishment of AUFS. We envisage that once the African Monetary Institute is operational, the Institute, working with the Association of African Central Banks and African Peer Review Mechanism, will undertake macroeconomic convergence assessments of member states to promote harmonization of fiscal and monetary policies and convergence of our financial systems. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed delegates and member states have spoken very well. Mine is not to speak too much, but to call for a move to action from good rhetoric. We expect to continue having conversations around accelerating the establishment of African Union financial institutions so that we maintain the momentum to establish these Pan-African financial institutions, which will support the socio-economic integration of the continent. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to convey our thanks to the African Union Commission for choosing to convene this imperative consultative meeting in Zambia. I also wish to thank the African Export-Import Bank for financially supporting this meeting. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to encourage you to consider visiting the city of Lusaka to appreciate the stunning ambience and tourist sites the city has to offer before your departure to your beloved countries. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor to declare this consultative meeting closed. I thank you and have a pleasant evening.
Thank you very much, and I would truly like to appreciate the words that you just put forward. Now, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think we have come to the close of our meeting, and I would like to thank you once again, to thank our technical support team. I think they have been fantastic in making sure that we are able to run this meeting smoothly. Thanks also to the Afrexim Bank, just to echo the thanks of Mrs. Paula. She insisted on the fact that there is need for us to continue supporting the process going forward. On a very practical note, we have a dinner tonight at 7 p.m. here at the hotel, so you are cordially invited to join us for that dinner. And the dinner is also an opportunity to continue having this conversation as we move forward. Other practical information will be conveyed to you in due course. We do hope that we will see you next time in our meetings at the AU. And Madam Permanent Secretary, Acting Permanent Secretary, we insist truly to see your support in this process forward. We said that, you said it, that we need to accelerate ratification and signing of the legal instrument of those financial institutions. But as we say in French, charity begins by self. So we hold you accountable, because by next year, next time, we all hold you accountable to make sure that we have seen meaningful progress in the signing and ratification of those instruments. We count on your support and we count on your leadership to make sure that we are able to achieve that extremely important drive towards our financial independence. With these few words, Africa should always prevail, Africa should rise, and Africa should prosper. Thank you once again. On behalf of the Commissioner Muchanga, it was a pleasure to moderate this session and to moderate this meeting on his behalf. Thank you.